Inside the form, we can place n number of form elements we can create. Text boxes, check boxes, ready button, drop down list, n number of forms, text boxes, buttons, check boxes, any number of form elements can be created inside the form. So to specify the form beginning point, we have to use form tag. In order to say a form closing tag, we have to use slash form. So form begins, form ends here. That's all. Now after that, let's prepare the form particularly. I want to create a registration form. To create the registration form, what is exactly required? So first we require HTML head body is common. For every HTML program, HTML head body tags are common. HTML head body. That means here the HTML program begins. Here the HTML program ends. Inside that, head is non-content information, body is content information. So inside the head, we are trying to place title tag, title. So in the title, we are able to place some heading we can place. That heading appears inside the title bar of the browser. Now we can see title, for example, I am trying to prepare registration form. So this will be the title that is going to appear inside the title bar of the browser. Now we have to save the program. File 1 is save. We have to give the file name. We have to give the file name in the in this text box. I am giving registration.html because we are trying to prepare registration form. Then the location is c:/html because we are practicing which folder. We are practicing which topic? HTML topic. So go to the folder c:/html, save it. After that, inside the body, we are trying to place form. Here the form begins, here the form ends. Inside the form, we can place any number of form elements. For example, we can place text boxes, check boxes, ready buttons, etc. How to execute the program? Where we have saved it? In C drive. In C drive, we have created a folder called HTML. There we have a file called registration.html. So once you open this particular file, double click on that particular file to open. Now we can see the output of the form. So in fact, whatever the text we have written here, this text is being displayed in the as it is in the browser. Now in this, I would like to create some text boxes. To create the text boxes, we have to specify input type equal to text. Here input is a tag, type is an attribute, text is a value. So now we can see the text boxes. Only one text box, of course. So input is a tag, type is an attribute, text is a value. So we can see one text box. In the text box, we can enter any number of characters, including alphabets, digits, special symbols, anything we can type in the text box. But it is the responsibility of the developer to specify what value should be entered, right? See, in this text box, the user has to enter his name or email or phone number. We have to specify the details. So that's why we have to specify something like name. Now the user can clearly know that, okay, here the name should be entered. Now similarly, I want to create email and a phone number. Email and phone number. For email address, we can give input type equal to email. For phone number, we have to give input type equal to text only. Now you can see name, email and phone. Now, so in the first text box, he can enter his name. In the second text box, he can enter his email address. For example, ABC is his name. abc@gmail.com is his email, and phone number is something like this. Okay, so user has entered name, email and phone number, but I want to create a submit button in order to submit, in order to send the data to server. See, if you go to any website, for example, I am just opening Gmail website. In Gmail website, once after entering the first name, last name, username, all these details, the user must click on a button. What is the button? Next button. This next button is conceptually called as recent classes on web technology. We have understood what is web technology and what are the benefits of going for web technology. What are the different languages and technologies we are going to learn in this web technology course. So we are mainly covering HTML, CSS, JavaScript, jQuery, Bootstrap and Angular. These are the main topics that we are going to look forward in this particular series of lessons. Exactly, we have started the HTML. HTML stands for Hypertext Markup Language, which is used to create elements in the web page. What is the meaning of elements? Any items in the web page are called as elements. Headings, paragraph, tables, forms, any item in the web page is called as elements. Yesterday we have seen headings, paragraph and text formatting tags, hyperlinks, list tags we have seen. And also today I want to mainly focus on forms development. Means different types of items in the forms, text boxes, check boxes, ready buttons, drop down list and other type of elements I want to create in the forms. So by the end of this particular course, you will be able to create a login form, registration form or any kind of data entry form to collect the data from user. Now let us try to understand forms development topic exactly. Forms development. To create forms, we have a set of tags in HTML. What are that set of tags? First we have input tag, form tag, text area tag, select tag, option tag, OPT group tag, label tag, button tag. These are the several tags, so many tags available in order to create the forms. Now let us try to understand each of these particular tags. Now first we have to take the form tag. Let's first take the form tag. If you take the form tag, it is used to specify the boundaries of the form. Specifies boundaries of the form. Means where the form begins, where the form ends, we can specify by using the form. For example, we can say this is the form and in this particular form, we can say this is the beginning point. How do we specify this is the beginning point? By using the form tag. By using the form tag, we can specify this is the beginning point and we can specify the ending point by using /form. So that means this is the starting point of the form, this is ending point of the form, and once the beginning point is given, inside the form we can place n number of form elements we can create. Text boxes, check boxes, ready button, drop down list, n number of forms, text boxes, buttons, check boxes, any number of form elements can be created inside the form. So to specify the form beginning point, we have to use form tag. In order to say a form closing tag, we have to use /form. So form begins, form ends here. That's all. Now after that, let's prepare the form particularly. I want to create a registration form. To create the registration form, what is exactly required? So first we require HTML head body is common for every HTML program. HTML head body tags are common. HTML head body. That means here the HTML program begins. Here the HTML program ends. Inside that head is non-content information, body is content information. So inside the head we are trying to place title tag, title. So in the title we are able to place some heading we can place. That heading appears inside the title bar of the browser. Now we can see title, for example, I am trying to prepare registration form. So this will be the title that is going to appear inside the title bar of the browser. Now we have to save the program. File one is save. We have to give the file name. We have to give the file name in this text box. I am giving registration.html because we are trying to prepare registration form. Then the location is C:/HTML because we are practicing which folder? we are practicing which topic? HTML topic. So go to the folder C:HTML, save it. After that, inside the body, we are trying to place form. Here the form begins, here the form ends. Inside the form, we can place any number of form elements. For example, we can place text boxes, check boxes, radio buttons, etc. How to execute the program? Where we have saved it? In C drive. In C drive, we have created a folder called HTML. There we have a file called registration.html. So once you open this particular file, double click on that particular file to open. Now we can see the output of the form. So in fact, whatever the text we have written here, this text is being displayed in the as it is in the browser. Now in this, I would like to create some text boxes. To create the text boxes, we have to specify input type equal to text. Here input is a tag, type is an attribute, text is a value. So now we can see the text boxes. Only one text box, of course. So input is a tag, type is an attribute, text is a value. So we can see one text box. In the text box, we can enter any number of characters, including alphabets, digits, special symbols, anything we can type in the text box. But it is the responsibility of the developer to specify what value should be entered, right? See, in this text box, the user has to enter his name or email or phone number. We have to specify the details. So that's why we have to specify something like name. Now the user can clearly know that, okay, here the name should be entered. Now similarly, I want to create email and a phone number. Email and phone number. For email address, we can give input type equal to email. For phone number, we have to give input type equal to text only. Now you can see name, email and phone. Now, so in the first text box, he can enter his name. In the second text box, he can enter his email address. For example, ABC is his name. abc@gmail.com is his email, and phone number is something like this. Okay, so user has entered name, email and phone number, but I want to create a submit button in order to submit, in order to send the data to server. See, if you go to any website, for example, I am just opening Gmail website. In Gmail website, once after entering the first name, last name, username, all these details, the user must click on a button. What is the button? Next button. This next button is conceptually called as submit button. So how to create a submit button in the form? We have to use input type equal to submit. Input type equal to submit. Now you can see submit query, but I don't like this name submit query. I want to change this. Yes, you can change it by specifying value attribute. Value. In this value, we can write anything. For example, register. Not only register, any button we can write. Register, login, OK, apply, save. Any name we can specify. Whatever you have mentioned in the value, that will be as it is displayed as a button name here. So we have understood how to create a name and email and phone. But in the input type equal to name, we have a specific benefit. As we have mentioned input type equal to email, in case if the user has entered wrong email address, automatically it will display some message. Please enter an email address. It is displaying error message. Please enter the proper email address. It will check all the email address rules. What are the rules? For example, spaces not allowed, @ symbol should be there, ending with .com. All the email address rules and regulations will be checked by the input type equal to email automatically. Next, I want to accept only alphabets in this particular name text box. To specify that alphabets only, we have to use regular expressions by using placeholder. Now let us try to understand what is regular expression. Regular expression means the pattern, the format of the value. For example, alphabets only required, numbers only required, special characters only required. We can specify the certain format of the value by using regular expressions. So here I am just providing placeholder is equal to, pattern is equal to To specify the beginning of the string, we have to keep the cap symbol. To specify ending of the string, we have to use dollar. Cap symbol specifies beginning of the string, dollar specifies ending of the string. In between, in the square brackets, we have to specify what characters you want to accept. For example, I want to accept only alphabets. To accept only alphabets, we have to specify A to Z, which indicates the user must type only one character, that is of A to Z only, means only uppercase letter is accepted. So here I am just entering uppercase A, it's accepted. Uppercase B accepted. But I am typing lowercase a, it is not accepted. Indication, it is displaying a red color shadow, plus when I click on submit button, the page is not refreshing, but it is showing a message like that, please match the required format. If you enter alphabet, uppercase alphabet, for example this one, it will submit, means indicating the page is refreshing. You can notice here the page refreshing. Here you can see I'm entering some uppercase alphabets. I click on button, you can see the page refreshing. But in case of if enter lowercase, it is not accepting and showing the red color border. So this is working. And also I want to accept unlimited number of characters, not only single character. Then we have to add star. Star indicates any number of characters, unlimited. So here I am just typing any number of uppercase letters, it will just accept. But at least one lowercase letter is present, it will be invalid. It is showing error message plus stop submission. And also I want to accept lowercase also. Then we have to add A to Z lowercase, A to Z lowercase. So uppercase also okay, lowercase also okay. Any number of characters okay. Now I am just typing combination of uppercase, lowercase, any number of characters, but I am typing at least one digit, it will be error. At least one special characters like hash or dollar, it is error. So only alphabets only allowed. So if I am giving space also, it is invalid because we are not mentioning space here. So that's why space is not accepted here. I want to accept space. To accept the space, we have to give space in the within the square brackets. Now three types of options allowed: uppercase, lowercase, and space also allowed, others not allowed. For the phone number, what is required? The first letter should be either 7, 8 or 9 and followed by 9 digits. So we have to specify pattern is equal to cap symbol specifies beginning of the string, dollar specifies ending of the string, and here we have to specify either 7, 8 or 9, means first digit should be either 7, 8 or 9 followed by 9 digits. So first digit should be either 7 or 8 or 9 followed by 9 digits. Backslash d of 9 means 9 digits. Totally how many characters? 10 characters, 10 digit mobile number. So I am typing 1, 2, 3, 4 for example. It is not accepting, showing me error. If I am typing some 9, 8, 7 like this, exactly 10 digits, it is accepted. If I type one digit extra by mistake, it will show error message. Okay, next, and I want to introduce the label tag. So the requirement of the label tag is, this is called label actually. Once we click on this particular label, cursor should automatically appear in the corresponding text box. In order to place the cursor in the text box, we have to convert this particular plain text as a label tag. How to convert? We have to first introduce the label tag. Inside the label tag, we have to place that particular text and we have to specify ID. ID means identification name, for example T1. So T1 is the identification name. Using T1, you are able to access the particular text box here. For equal to, how to access the text box? Based on the ID T1. So T5 text box here. So based on the ID T1, we are able to access that particular T1 here. That means this label is bound for this particular text box. As a result of that, there is no visible difference here, but if you click on the label now, cursor automatically appears in the text box. That is the reason in real-time applications it is recommended to do the label tag. Just a second, I am decreasing the font size. Okay, so it is recommended to do the label tag. Okay, so once we click on the label, the cursor automatically appears in the corresponding text box. Similarly, let's convert the remaining also to label tag. First we have to place label tag. And we have to close it, and we have to give ID equal to T2. Then here for T2, that means this text box ID is T2 and this label is connected for the T2. As a result, when we click on the label, cursor appears in the corresponding text box. Similarly, let's do the same process for phone number. Label for T3. I am giving T1, T2, T3. For example, we can give any other names. Okay, T3. And in this text box, I don't want to make this text box as empty. I want to display some watermark text. What do you mean by watermark text? See, inside the text box, we can see the text first name, right? Okay. Similarly, suppose in Facebook, here you can see first name, surname, mobile. So in a gray color, it has displayed some text inside the text box. Once we type something, it will automatically disappear. If it is empty, again it appears. So to create that, we have to use placeholder. Placeholder. So within the input tag, we can add placeholder is equal to name. We can type anything. So name. That will be displayed in the text box. Similarly, the email, placeholder equal to email. For that phone number, placeholder equal to phone number. So we can type anything for watermark text, name, email, phone number. So once we type something, automatically the placeholder will be disappear. If it is empty only, it disappear. Right. And also I want to introduce the browse button attachment. So label for T4 I am trying to create, that is for attachment, input type equal to file. Input type equal to file, ID is equal to T4. This is for attachment. To create the attachment, we require input type equal to file. See, have a look at once, suppose in Gmail, Facebook, you are able to upload the files, right? You are able to upload the files, any documents, images, videos, anything you can upload in the many websites, not only in Gmail. So to upload the files, we require input type equal to file. Input type equal to file will create the browse button. So once we click on browse button, we are able to select any file here. For example, I am selecting some picture. Once we select the picture, that picture is visible here. I mean the picture name is visible, not the picture. And once we click on register, this file name will be submitted to server. On the server side, for example, by using Python or by using ASP.NET, we are able to read the file. Okay. Also, below we are trying to create a checkbox. Sometimes you will be having yes or no type of option. To display yes or no type of option, we have to use checkbox. I will give an example. Suppose, do you know Notepad? In Notepad, there is a simple option, that is match case. There is an option called match case option here. Match case option is like yes or no type of option. Do you want to match the case or not? So if you just click on that, okay, the checkbox is checked. If you click again, it will be unchecked. Match case, yes or no type, yes or no type. So it's like a question, do you want to match the case or not? If the user wants that match case option, he will check the checkbox. Otherwise, he will uncheck the checkbox. So checkbox is exactly used for displaying yes or no type of option. So for other example, remember me or keep me signed in. So this is also an option, like yes or no type of option. If the user wants to keep him signed in himself, then he will check the checkbox. Otherwise, he will uncheck the checkbox. For another example, like for example, user is opening a new bank account and do you want checkbook facility or not? It's an option. So if the user wants the checkbook facility, he will check the checkbox. Otherwise, he will uncheck the checkbox. So these are all the real examples of the checkbox. So in our example, I am trying to create receive newsletters. If the user wants to receive the newsletters, he will uncheck the checkbox. He will check the checkbox. Otherwise, he will uncheck the checkbox. So in order to add the checkbox here, we have to use input type equal to checkbox. Input type equal to checkbox. Now he can see the checkbox. Checkbox he can see. Now once he check the checkbox, he means he wants to receive the newsletters. Otherwise he will uncheck the checkbox. Similarly, sometimes you would like to display yes or no type, a set of options. Option 1, option 2, option 3, n number of options are required for you. Out of n number of options, user must select any one option. In case if you want to display a set of options and allow the user to select any one of them, we have to use this radio button. Radio button is basically used to display a set of options, two or more options. Any one should be selected means he has to go for radio button. See, for example, gender, male, female. Otherwise, payment status, payment completed or not received. Otherwise, payment mode, debit card, credit card, net banking or wallet. So any one of these options should be selected means he has to go for radio button. In order to create each radio button, we have to use input type equal to radio. By giving input type equal to radio, we can create any number of radio buttons. Okay, let's create the same in the program. Input type equal to radio. Suppose we have created 3 radio buttons or 4 radio buttons we have created. Now we can see 4 radio buttons, but the problem is by default all the radio buttons are by default selected. It's not correct, right? Out of few, only one should be selected, right? So how do we group them? By using the name attribute. Name is equal to some name is required. For example, I am going to prepare like ABC. Same name must be provided for all the radio buttons. Same name. By providing the same name, we are able to group them. So among few, only one can be selected right now. We have given a same name, so automatically by giving the same name, these radio buttons are grouped up together. Among these 4, only one can be selected. In case if you have another group, for another group we can give a different name. Okay. Now next, after this, I am trying to place a meaningful option. For example, payment mode is option, and we have options like debit card, credit card, net banking and wallet. These are the 4 options we are trying to provide. So user can select any one, but here there is a small inconvenience. User must click on that particular circle, then only it is being selected. If you click on the particular text, for example, I click on the credit card text, the item is not selecting. See, because as of now technically there is no relation between the text and radio button. Text is separate, the radio button is separate, no connection between them. That's the reason if you click on the particular text credit card, the corresponding radio button is not being selected. How do we give the connection? We have to convert this text as a label by giving label tag. Then we can connect the same to the radio button easily. See, let's do it. So first we have to place label tag. In the label tag, we have to use a for attribute. For label for equal to some ID is required. For example, radio button 1 R1. R1 is for radio button. Same like this, we are going to prepare the other labels too. R2, R3, R for radio button I am giving, R4. Now out of these radio buttons, just a minute, here I must provide ID. Okay, ID must be there. ID is equal to R1, R2, R3, R4. So here the rule is In the for attribute, what is the ID we have mentioned? Same ID must be declared in the corresponding radio button. Okay, now we have given correctly. So we need not only click on the particular circle, we can now click on the text also. If you click anywhere in the text, the item is being selected, notice there. Okay. Then also, I want to accept some amount. In order to accept the amount value, since it is a numerical value, we have to give input type equal to number. Amount means a numerical value, right? So we have to give input type equal to number. Input type equal to number will accept only numbers. If I am typing alphabets and click on submit, it is displaying error. It is saying that please enter a number. So if you type any by mistake accidentally alphabets or any other symbols, it is not accepting. Only the pure numbers accepted. If I am typing only the pure number, it's accepted. And here there is no minimum maximum. If you click on decrease button, here it is decreasing like anything, and if you click on increase button, it is increasing like anything. There is no limit by default, but we are able to specify the limit. I mean the minimum and maximum value we are able to specify. For example, as per the site requirement, minimum you want to accept 0, maximum 10,000. So we can specify the minimum and maximum explicitly. Suppose minimum 0, maximum 10,000. So this particular range only we can accept. Now you can have a look at once. So I just say 0, minimum 0. I mean I'm clicking on the decrease button, it is not decreasing anymore. In case if you are typing manually, suppose negative value if you are typed, it is displaying a message saying that please enter the value that is no less than 0. It is showing error message. And if you type more than 10,000, something like this, it will show error message saying that please enter a value that is no more than 10,000. So, and there is a problem here. Suppose user wants to enter 9,500 really with the mouse. He is clicking on up button. How much incrementing at a time? Only one incrementing at a time each time. So in order to reach 9,500 like this, so it will take long time. Check it. It is incrementing very slowly. In order to reach 9,500, it is very slow. So in order to overcome this problem, we have an attribute called step attribute. If you mention step equal to, for example, 100, so each time it will increment by 100. So every single time when we click on increment button, 100 will be incremented. Then it will be very easy to reach the 9,500 as expected. Okay. So that's why it is recommended to provide step in case of large values. And if you click on submit button, the values must be submitted to server. In order to submit the values, compulsory every element, every radio button or checkbox, every file button or text box must be having the name. If you don't have provided a name, that value will not be submitted to server. See, for example, in the first text box I am providing name is equal to some name, for example, the student name. So in this place we can give any name, but similarly for all the text boxes, for all the other elements also we have to provide the name. What is the benefit of providing the name? With that name only the value will be submitted to server. So I am just adding the name for all the radio buttons for every input tag, and name is not required for label tag. Name is required only for input tag in all the flavors of input tag. For example, here newsletters, here value also we have to provide, for example, yes. So in case if this checkbox is selected, then only this newsletters equal to yes will be submitted, otherwise not. And also for this radio buttons, already we have given name. Let's make it as payment mode is a name. Try to provide the meaningful names for the name attribute. And also we have to provide the value. For example, here value is debit card. Here the value credit card. Here net banking. And here the value is wallet. Right. So we have provided the name. Even here name is equal to amount. So what is the benefit of providing the name? I will show practically. Suppose the my name is Scott, email scott@gmail.com, phone number something, and selecting some picture, also selecting the receive newsletters and credit card, some amount. Now after entering some details, I click on submit button, so it is automatically sending the data to server. For your readability purpose, I am just copying this and pasting somewhere in the notepad. Okay, now we can just verify here. So you can notice exactly this part. So this part includes the actual values that are being submitted to server. Here student name is a name, Scott is a value. Where we have given the name is given by the developer here. Value is given by the user here. So names are always given by developers, values are always given by users. So similarly, email is a name, Scott is a value. Okay, phone number is a name, this is a value, like this, and so on. So that's why in order to submit, compulsory you require to specify the name. Name is required. Okay, now let's add some more number of things. I want to add the drop down list. To create the drop down list, we have to specify, suppose country, we require select. We have to use select tag in order to create the drop down list. Inside the select tag, that means inside the drop down list, we can place any number of items. Every item inside the drop down list must be represented as option tag. So we have to use option tag. To specify the options, we have to use option tag. What are the options of the country? Any country names, for example India, any other country names we are able to specify. I am just adding some of the country names. Okay, a list of countries I am trying to provide. Okay, now here we are able to choose any one of the list of countries. Okay, now we are able to choose anyone. For example, I am selecting United States of America. So I just click on the submit button. Now this value is being submitted to server. Now we can notice. Sorry, so we forgot to specify the name. Name is must. For example, I am selecting country. Name is equal to country. So I am just selecting China. Click on submit. Copy the value and verify here. Now you can see country is equal to China is submitted. So what values we have been submitting there, that values are being submitting to server, sending to server. Okay, now I want to allow the user to select multiple options. To allow the user to select multiple options, we have to add an attribute called multiple equal to multiple. Multiple is equal to multiple. This will allow the user to choose multiple items at a time. So multiple equal to multiple. So this is allowing you to choose multiple options. So I am selecting more than one option by clicking on control click. By using control click, you are able to choose multiple options. Now we can choose, now you can see all the countries, whatever selected is being submitted to server. Okay, so in order to cross verify, to create the text box we have to use input type equal to text. To create the email text box we have to use input type equal to email. In order to accept that phone number, we have to give input type equal to text, but we have to specify the pattern to accept the pattern value. Similarly, for accepting the file browse button, input type equal to file. To accept the checkbox, we have to give input type equal to checkbox for displaying yes or no type of option. And among few, only one option should be selected means we have to use radio button. And to accept the numbers, we have to give input type equal to number. And among few, only one option should be selected means drop down list, that is select tag. Like this, in HTML we have several types of form elements. such as name, text box, password text box, check box, ready button, drop down list. Like this, several types of elements can be created. By using the form tags, we are able to create the several types of element. What we have created, the form tag is used to create the form element. Input tag is used to create several types of elements, text boxes, check boxes, ready button, drop down list, submit button, anything. Many types of form elements are created by using input tag. But did you notice one difference? Form is a paired tag, input is unpaired tag. That is the reason form tag should be having opening plus closing tag also, but input tag should not be having closing tag, because input is an unpaired tag. Unpaired tags should always contain the single tag. The same itself is opening come closing. Similarly, we also have other tags like a text area tag to create the multi-line text box. To create the multi-line text box, text area tag is required. For example, you want to accept the description or comments or any multiple lines of notes kind of text you want to accept. For accepting the multiple lines of text, we have to use text area. Okay. So, this type of text area and other type of elements we will see in the next lesson. Thank you. Good afternoon, students, and in this today's lesson we will see the remaining input types. In the input tag, we have different types of options available. Earlier in the previous lessons, we have already seen the text, password, checkbox, radio button, submit button, several types of input types already we have seen, and HTML supports some newly introduced input types also. So those remaining input types we are trying to understand in this today's lesson. Now let us try to start. So what are the new input types of HTML? Let us try to understand. First we have text. It is used to accept a text box. If you want to create a text box, we have to use input type equal to text. Input type equal to text is used to create a new text box, which is used to accept some text information. And also we have password, which is used to create a password text box. And also we have checkbox. If you want to display yes or no type of option, we have to use checkbox, yes or no type of option. Also we have radio to display a set of options to user and allow the user to display any one of them, to select any one of them. For example, you want to allow the user to select any one payment mode out of 3 options, debit card, credit card, net banking. Any one should be selected. In this case, we have to use radio button. And also we have file in order to create a file browse button. And to create submit button, we have to use input type equal to submit. The submit button is used to submit or send the data to server. And also we have reset button in order to clear the text box values. To clear all the text box values, we have to use reset button. Similarly, we have color to accept a color, to select the color. For example, I want to display the list of colors and allow the user to choose a particular color, and I want to apply that color as a background color for the web page. In this case, we have to use color option. Similarly, we have date to allow the user to choose a date. For example, date of journey or date of joining or date of leaving. To allow the user to select a date, we have to use date selection. We have to use input type equal to date. To allow the user to choose the time, we have to use input type equal to time. And similarly, If you want to accept a number, we have to use input type equal to number. To accept a numerical value, we have to use input type equal to number. Same like this. To accept email address, we have to use input type equal to email. Okay, these are some of the important input types available in input tag. So I want to demonstrate all these input types inside one HTML program, and moreover I would like to place the label and text box in a separate table. Means I want to take a table like this, and in this particular table I would like to prepare some rows. We have a table with some rows, and in every row I want to place some two cells. Two cells we are going to place in every row, and in the first cell I want to place label. In the second cell I want to place the text box. Similarly, in all the remaining cells I want to place labels. Here I want to place the text box, even below rows also. So once you create the table, what is the benefit for you? You will be able to get the complete real-time look and feel. That means the proper alignment you will get. So in order to align the text boxes properly, it is recommended to place them inside the table tag. Now first we have to learn how to create the tables. To create the tables, what is required is table tags required. What are the table tags required for us? To create the table, we require the table tag represents the entire table. TR represents a table row. TD represents table cell. To represent the complete table, we have table tag. To represent a row inside the table, we have to use TR. To represent a cell inside the row, we have to use TD. So table, TR, TD, three cells we have available. Three tags we have. So for example, this entire table is going to be represented as table tag, and only this particular row represented as TR tag. In this TR, only this specific cell is represented as TD tag. Okay, whole table is table tag, a single row is a TR, and a single cell is a TD tag. TR stands for table row, TD stands for table cell. So in real-time applications, in many places we have to use tables. For example, I want to display the student mark sheet. What are the contents of the student mark sheet? Student roll number, student name, and corresponding subject code, subject name, marks, grade, all these details I want to display. So the student mark sheet is an example of table. Similarly, I want to display the bank transactions, date, the transaction description, the debit amount, credit amount, and the balance. Similarly, I want to display the election results or cricket scoreboard, or any other tabular information can be displayed by using table tags. In order to create the table tags, what are the tags available for us? Three tags available: table, TR, TD, mainly three tags. The table tag represents the complete table, whole table, and the TR tag is representing the particular row, a single row represented as TR tag, and a specific TD is representing the table cell. Okay, these are the 3 points that we have to understand. Now let us see how to create the table, and then we will integrate the form inside the table. Previously we have created a form in the last lesson. Now we are going to create a table. Now we are going to merge both the form and the table also. Now let us try to understand the program. Okay, so here first we have to create a table. First HTML program begins. HTML program ends. Inside the HTML we have to place head and body. Now let's save this table.html. Where we have to save this? In C colon HTML folder we have to save it. Okay, we have created table.html, and then heading is table. In order to execute it, go to the particular folder, double click on the file to run. Now we can see just the table, just a name like table is displayed. But in this particular thing, I want to display the table really. So we have to place the table tag. Only by placing table tag there is no any meaningful output. Inside the table we have to specify some rows. TR, this is one row, again another row, again another row. N number of rows can be created like this, but still there is no output as we have to place the cells inside the table row. I want to place 2 cells in each row. So for example 1 and 2. So now we can see 1 and 2. But is it look like a table really? No, it doesn't look like a table. We have to convert this particular table into a bordered table. How to display the border for the table? We have to give table border is equal to 1. When we have specified border equal to 1, now the borders will be added for the table. Now we can see the table with border. Okay, now let's add some more cells in the remaining 2 rows also. Okay, we have created 3 rows with respect to cells. In every row we have 2 cells. For example, in this particular row we have cell number 1 and cell number 2. I told you already the TR tag is representing the row, the TD tag representing the single cell. Okay, here I would like to place 3 and 4, 5, 6. That's all. So as per this particular program, the expected output is like this. So behalf of this particular TR tag, okay, as a result you will get one row. In this particular row there are 2 cells. In the first cell we can see 1. The second cell we can see 2. Similarly, behalf of this particular TR, a row, another row you can expect. And in this particular row again we have 2 cells. In the first cell we have 3, in the second cell we have 4, and the same way 5 and 6 also we can assume. So every row represented as TR, every cell represented as a TD inside it. So in this program now we can see a simple table with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now I would like to convert this particular basic table into the form. I want to place a real-time registration form, suppose a student registration form for the university. So first I want to place a form tag. Inside the form tag we have to place the table tag. Now the table is a part of the form. Now the table is a part of the form. Inside the form tag we have table tag. Now inside this particular table, in this particular cell exactly, I want to place a label. To specify the label we have to use label tag. Let me place in the next line. Okay, so here exactly we are ready to place a label. So label for T1. T1 indicates ID of the text box. So name you want to accept. So the first TD is complete. Now coming to the second TD, here we are going to place the actual text box. To place actual text box we have to use input type equal to text. Input type equal to text will allow you to accept the name. Now we can see the name, and in the next row I am going to place another TD. In the second TD we are going to place another label, that is T2 email. To accept the email address we are going to place input type equal to email. Okay, here in this second TD I am going to place the input type equal to email. For this, what is the ID is required? For the first one, ID is T1, second one ID is equal to T2. Okay, so we have created two rows. Now you can see the both text boxes are neatly aligned. Okay, now we can see the next one. I want to place amount field I would like to place. So to place the amount, we have to place another label for T3 amount we are going to place. How to accept the amount? Since amount means a numerical field, we have to use input type equal to number. So for this we have to use input type equal to number, ID is equal to T3, T for text box. Instead of T1, T2, T3, we can give any other names. Okay, let's close this TR, even this one. Now like this we have created, but the benefit of using the table here is once we have removed this particular border, now you can notice the text boxes are neatly aligned. Previously, yesterday also we have created the similar kind of form, but the difference is the alignment was not good as we have not used any table. In case if you want to bring the neat alignment for the text boxes, we have to place the form inside the table. So have a look at once. First we have to place the form. Inside the form we have to use table. Inside the table we have to use rows. The first row contains two cells. The first cell contains the label, second cell contains the text box. Second row. In the second row, first cell contains the email label, second cell contains the email text box. Third row. Third row contains, first cell contains the amount label, second cell contains the number text box. And you can say in the same we can repeat remaining. Now you can also place the reset button and submit button. The purpose of reset button is to clear the text box values. We have to use reset button. Let's add the reset button. First a TR. In the first TD I am going to place reset button. Input type equal to reset. Once we have placed the input type equal to reset, we are getting a reset button here. So once we click on reset button, what happens is all the values that we have entered in the respective text boxes will be automatically clear. See, the text boxes are clear once we click on reset button. And also we have another type of button, that is input type equal to submit. Input type equal to submit is used to submit the form. Submit. If you want to submit the form to the server, we have to use submit. Generally, to where we submit. So generally speaking, in every form, submit button is common. For example, below the login form, we have to display login, that is submit button. Below the registration form, we have to display register submit button. Below every form, submit button is common. Once the user clicks on submit button, what of the values that are entered in the text boxes, and maybe check boxes or radio buttons too, all these values will be sent to the server. On the server side, some other program is going to execute, that type of program is called as server side program. Server side program will receive the values and will insert the same into database. The server side programs generally developed based on server side programming languages such as Java, PHP or Python or Node.js, etc. But here we are not going to create any Python or .NET program. Here we are going to create a submit button in order to submit the data to server. Okay. To create the submit button, we are going to use input type equal submit. But there is a disadvantage in the input type equal submit, that is, it will not allow any images. Suppose I want to place an image as a submit button. To display the image as a submit button, alternatively we have to use button tag. Actually, for not only for image, if you want to place text or image or sometimes both, for any case the button tag will be helpful for you in order to display the any text or image as a submit button. We have to use button tag. So always, instead of using input type equal to submit, button tag is however recommended in real-time projects. Now let us see how to work with the button tag. Here we are going to place the button tag. Inside the button tag also we can place any text, for example register. We can place any text here. So that is going to be appear. But instead of this plain text like a register, I want to display an image as a submit button. To display the image, we have to use img tag here. First, let me copy paste the image. So I am just having some sample images first. Okay, here we have an image called ok.png. I want to use this image as a submit button. So first we have to copy this particular image and paste here. So what is the file name? We have ok.png. Now I want to display the ok.png inside the button. So here what tag we have to use to display image? img tag, img src equal to the ok.png. Now inside the button we can notice the image is there, text is there, both can be displayed. To go to next line we are using br. Actually the basic point is the button tag is a container. Inside the button tag we can place any content including image or text or else any other HTML tag we can place inside the button tag. Now we can just refresh and execute. Now it is displaying the image and text, but image size is a bit large image. However, we can reduce the size by using width is equal to, for example, we are providing 20 pixels. Now we can notice the image width is reduced. We can even decrease more, for example 15 pixels. Okay, that could be enough. So in order to display the image plus text, we have to use button tag. Only for image also we can use, only for text also we can use the button tag. And when we click on this button, this particular data values will be submitted to server. In order to submit the values, compulsory we have to provide the name attribute. So for all these fields we have to add the name attribute. For example, name is equal to person name. Here also name is equal to email. Here name is equal to amount. What is the benefit of providing the name? The names only will be submitted to server when we click on submit button. For example, I am entering abc @gmail.com 1000. Once we have entered these values and click on submit, we can hello. Okay. Now we can see the values are being submitted. So person name is equal to ABC, email equal to abc@gmail.com. Here person name is a name, ABC is a value. Okay. So as we want to submit the data to server, we have to use names and values. Okay. Also, let us create a search box. To create the search box, we have to use input type equal to search. Generally at the top of the form, we have to use search box. Suppose below the heading, I am going to create search box. Input type equal to search. Now we can see the search. Also, in order to place the text inside the search box, we have to use placeholder. Placeholder is equal to search. Now, the placeholder is displayed here. Now, the benefit of search box is, if you open the same page in Chrome, for example, open with Chrome. After typing some text in the search box, automatically if you notice here in the right hand side, we can see into mark in order to clear the text box. See, if once you click on this, the text box will be clear. Okay, in case of search box, automatically we are getting the clear button to clear the text box value. Okay. And when we open the page, in which text box the cursor is appear? By default, the cursor is not appear anywhere. Now I want to place the cursor directly inside the name text box. In order to place the cursor inside the name text box, what exactly we have to use? For the name text box, we have to use autofocus is equal to autofocus. By placing an attribute called autofocus is equal to autofocus, now we can notice when you open the page, by default the cursor is appear in the name text box. Why it is appear in the name text box only? Because for that particular text box we have given autofocus is equal to autofocus. In other words, for which text box you want to place the cursor by default, for that particular text box only we have to give autofocus equal to autofocus. Next, so for this amount value, for this amount I want to specify some default value. To specify the default value, we have to use value attribute. To specify the default value, we have to use value attribute. For example, I am saying 1000. 1000 is default value. So when you open the page itself, by default automatically it is showing 1000, and I don't want to allow the user to modify the value. To disable modification, we have to add an attribute called disabled equal to disabled. Once we have given disabled equal to disabled, then that particular text box value becomes disabled. Now the user is no longer able to modify the value. I am just increasing or decreasing. I am trying to type something. We are unable to type anything in the amount text box because it is completely disabled. Okay, now I want to place a drop down list inside the form. How to create the drop down list? We can create the drop down list by using Selector tag. Okay, let's place, for example, a row. I want to place a set of options like payment mode. Under payment mode, we have three options: debit card, credit card, net banking. I want to place these three options as a drop down list. When the user clicks on this particular drop down list, then only these three options should be appear, not directly like this. So how to create as a drop down list? First we have to place a select tag. By placing the select tag, we can see a drop down list is appear. Inside the drop down list, I am going to place the option tags. For every item we have to place one option tag. How many options we have? 3 options. So we have to place 3 option tags. For one option tag we have to use. As we have 3 options, we have to place 3 option tags. Okay, so 3 options tags we have created. Out of these 3, any one can be selected by user. So we have given 3 option tags. I just open this. See, by default we can see 3 options and user can select any one of these options. So to create the radio button, to create the drop down list, we have to use select tag, and for this select tag also it is required to give name is equal to payment mode. So the benefit of giving the name is the selected value will be submitted to server. You can notice, for example, I am selecting credit card. After selecting credit card, after click on submit button, we can notice the payment mode also will be submitted to server. We can notice in the notepad, payment mode also will be submitted automatically to server. Okay, I want to create a multi-line text box where the user can enter multiple lines. For example, comments. Okay, how to create such that we have to place, first let's place one row, comments. So if you are placing input type equal to text, input type equal to text, the problem is we are accepting only single line of comments, but I want to accept multiple lines of comments. To accept the multiple lines of comments, we have to use text area tag. Text area tag. Once we have placed a text area tag, we are able to see multiple lines of comments. So user can type multiple lines of text. To accept the multiple lines of text, we have to use text area tag. Okay, now I want to place all these things, all these fields inside a box. I want to visualize a box like this. In order to place them inside a box, we have to place field set. So at the beginning of the form, I have just added a field set. Inside the field set only, I am going to place all this table. I just cut this particular table and paste it inside the field set. Now you can notice the program very clearly. First we have a form. Inside the form we have a field set. Inside the field set we have a table. All these tr, td tags are now inside the table. So after completion of all the rows together, finally we have closed the field set. After closing the field set, then finally we have to close the form. The benefit of field set is we can see a box surrounding the form, so that it will be understandable for the developer, for the users. And we can also display some heading for the field set. To specify the heading, we have to add legend tag. The legend tag is used to specify the heading for the field set. I am just using legend, for example, personal details. So this will be the heading for the field set. Now we can notice the heading personal details displayed as a field set. So to display the group, in order to group up the text boxes and to display the heading, we have to use field set. What is the structure we have to follow? Check it. First we have to place the body. Inside the body we have to place form. Inside the form we have to place field set. Inside the field set legend, and then followed by a table, and inside the table n number of tiers. First tier name, second tier email, third tier amount, next tier payment mode, again next tier comments. We can place any number of tier tags. So finally we have to close the table, then we have to close the field set, then we have to close the form. Finally body tag close. So this is how we are going to create. Right. Next, I want to specify the maximum number of characters that you want to accept inside the text box. By default, in a text box, we can type any number of characters. There is no limit. To specify the number of characters inside the text box, we have to specify max length is equal to some number of characters, for example 30, which means that only 30 characters are allowed maximum. Only 30 characters. So I am typing more than 30 here. it's not placing anymore. I'm typing here, it's not placing because we have given a limit of 30, so it will accept up to 30 characters. And also, in order to make the text boxes mandatory, compulsory to enter, we can add required equal to required. If you mention required equal to required, then it is must to enter the value, it cannot be blank. So we have just added required equal to required for the name text box. So that particular text box is mandatory. So if you don't enter the name, it will show error message like this. Similarly, if you want, you can also add the required attribute for all the remaining tags also, including for email, payment mode, comments, everything. Okay, now I want to let you know how to create option groups. What is the meaning of option group? Option groups are used to divide the options into multiple categories. For example, assume we have a list of banks, and out of the n number of banks, hundreds of banks, I want to display the group of banks. For example, I want to display like this: top banks. Under top banks, I want to display the popular banks like SBI, ICICI, etc. Under other banks, I want to display the remaining banks. So the most important banks I want to display in one category, that is called one option group. Remaining banks I want to display in another category, so that is other option group. So in order to group up the option tags, we have to use OPT group tag. This is one option group, this is another option group. Okay, right, now let's place it. So just here I'm just adding a new tr. Here I am going to place bank, and now we are going to place a select tag. What are the list of banks? I am going to place the list of banks like State Bank of India, and some other different banks I am trying to place with the different option tags. ICICI Bank, okay, HDFC Bank, Bank of India, Indian Overseas Bank. Like this, I just placed a different set of banks. Now I want to display all these banks in a categorized format instead of in a plain format. So I want to group up the first 3 banks as one group, and I want to place the remaining into other group. So how do we group them? We have to place them inside the respective option group tag. So first, in order to do so, first we have to place OPT group label is equal to some heading is required. For example, we are going to place it inside top banks. Under top banks, we are displaying all these banks. All these first 3 banks are now inside the top banks category. All remaining banks are under other category. For example, OPT group. Again, label is equal to, the label is other banks. So inside the other banks, we are going to place the option tags. Now the concept is very clear. Just very simple, just we have to place the select tag. Inside the select tag, we have to place the first option group, then we have to place the second option group. The first option group has a heading that is top banks. So here in the output, under top banks, these banks are being displayed: SBI, ICICI and HDFC. And coming to the second option group, that is other banks. Under the other banks, you want to display the remaining banks like Andhra Bank, Bank of India and so on. So now it will be very easy to understand for the user point of view. So if you have too many number of options, it is recommended to use the option group. Okay, so we have been seen from the last 2 days, yesterday and today, mainly we have seen different types of form elements like input tag, text area, selector, option, OPT group, label, button, different types of form tags. All these are used to create different types of forms for different purposes, like a login form, registration form, change password form, different types of forms we can try to display. So, and also we have different types of other HTML tags. For example, we have list tags, table tags, and also we have different types of tags, audio tag, video tag, etc. So, we are going to see the remaining set of HTML tags in the further lessons. So, but in the HTML, one point we have to keep in mind, the HTML only meant for creating elements. If you are expecting how to apply the colors, styles, like how to beautify the elements, we cannot do that by using HTML. All the styling part come under the CSS. We have to use CSS wherever required, then only we can make the web page beautiful and attractive. Thank you. Good afternoon, students, and in this lesson we are going to see some remaining HTML tags. So whichever the tags we have not completed in the previous lessons, those tags we are trying to understand in this today's lesson. For example, yesterday we have seen the table tags. So in the table we have created tr, td only, but caption and th tags are not completed in the table tags. So those tags we are trying to cover today. And also we are trying to understand call span, row span attribute, and Abbr tag, Bdo tag. This type of tags we are trying to understand today. By today's lesson, the HTML will be completed, and the next lesson onwards we will understand CSS. Okay, now let us start. So in order to create the table, what are the set of tags available? Actually 5 tags are available. The first one table, next caption, tr, td, th. 5 tags are available to create the tables: table, caption, tr, th, td. To represent the complete table, we have to use table tag. To specify the title of the particular table, we have to use caption. And in order to represent a row, we have to use tr. In order to represent a normal cell, td, heading cell, th. 5 tags we have to use. The complete table is represented as table tag. A row is represented as tr tag. A cell, a normal cell represented as td. A heading cell, header cell represented as th, and a table title is entirely represented as caption tag. So 5 tags are totally available to create the table tags. Now let us see all these things with an example. Let us take, suppose in some college there are some students. I want to prepare the students list. The student roll number, student name, and corresponding marks I want to provide. So here, what are the heading columns here? Student roll number, student name, marks are the column headings or header cells. For the header cells, we have to use th, and the actual data cells we have to use td. Th also a cell, td also cell. The difference between th and td is th is equal to td plus bold plus center. Th is equal to td plus bold plus center. Td means a cell, normal cell is there. Inside that you want to display the content center, and you want to make it, I want to bold it. So to apply the bold plus center, we require the th tag. Now let us see the table example in a practical program. So let's check it here. First I will tell the requirement very clearly. I want to create a table like this. In this particular table, we are trying to prepare some column headings: roll number, name, and marks. Column headings are roll number, name, name of the student, and marks. These are the column headings. And suppose roll number is 1, name is Scott, marks are 80. This is one student details, second student details, third student details. Like this, totally we have 4 rows available, 1, 2, 3, 4. The names are Smith, Allen, Jones. The marks are 75, 25 and 92. These are the list of students, and for this table I want to keep some column heading. In order to keep the column heading, we have to use caption tag. What is the main heading? Student 2018. So in this example, for this entire table we have to represent a table tag, and only for this caption we have to use caption tag. For the each row we have to use tr tag. For each row we have to use tr tag like this, every row represented as tr tag. And column headings we have to use th tags. Column headings are th tags, and actual cells are td tags. Normal cells are td tags. So in this way we have to use all the tags. Let's try to prepare this practically with the program. Now let us create a new file. We have to save the file. File name is table.html. We have to save it in which location? C:\html location. Now let us create the HTML header, all these basic syntax. So first we have HTML header, title and body, table. Okay, so we have prepared a simple thing. Now let me execute this program. How do we execute? Go to the particular folder, double click on the file. Once we double click, it will show the output in the browser. Now we can see the table is displayed. Right. Now I want to prepare a table. How to create the table? By using table. Here the table tag is specified, table tag started, here the table tag is ended. Inside the table, the caption can be specified. Caption is the main title of the table. What is the caption here? Students 2018 is a caption. So now we can see the caption is displayed students 2018. And then here below I want to display the actual rows. To create the row we have to use tr. How many rows we want as per this example? 5 rows you want, including the header row, 5 rows, check it. So for creating 5 rows we have to create 5 trs. So I have already created one tr. Like that we can just create totally 5 trs. 5 rows we have created. Still there is no any difference in the output. Inside the tr we have to place td tag, td. So in the td we have to use some content, for example roll number, next student name, next marks. So if you are using td tags, presently it is like this. Now we can notice just normal data cells are displayed. I want to convert this as a header cells, heading cells. I want to apply bold plus center. Then we have to add th tag instead of td tag. Once we have converted the th, now we can see the bold is applied for the header rows. To create the border we have to add an attribute called border is equal to 1. Actually the border attribute is having two options, either 0 or 1. 0 means no border, 1 means with border. Default is 0. Now we can see the table is having a header row with a roll number, name and marks. Let's add few more cells. In the second row, we are trying to add the TD. The second row is represented as this one, and in this row, the first cell should be having 1, the second cell should be having Scott, third cell should be having 80. So in this case, 1, Scott and 80. Now we can see the output. The cells are displayed like this. And also we can just continue. We can add the same type of rows in every, same type of cells in every row. So, but the data is different. So 2, Smith and 75. Now save and refresh. Now we are getting the roll number, name and marks like this. Next. Like this we can repeat as many rows as you wish. What are they? 3 ln 25. 3 ln 25. And another row, again TD, this time 4. Jones and 92. Okay, now we can show this. Now we can see the table. So this is how to prepare the table. Now in this example, we have used all the tags. We have used a table tag to specify the beginning and ending point of the table. We have used a caption to display title of the table. We have used a tier to create the rows. We have used a th to display the column headings. We have used a td to represent normal cells. And finally, we have used a caption to display the table title. So all tags we have used. So now I want to explain about the call span and a row span. Now let us try to understand here. Call span and a row span. In the TD or TH, two important attributes available, call span and a row span. What is the purpose of the call span? Call span means horizontally you want to merge the cells. When you want to merge the cells horizontally, we have to use call span. When you want to merge the cells vertically, we have to use row span. Cell number 1, cell number 2, cell number 3. 3 cells are there. You want to merge them. You want to make them as a common cell, a individual cell. In order to merge the cells, in order to combine the cells, we have to use call span. Horizontally you want to merge, call span. Vertically you want to merge, row span. Let's take an example for this. My goal is I want to take another program, another table program. In this example, we are trying to prepare one simple task, that is, first we have name and here phone, and under the phone we have 3 options. Okay, home, office, mobile. 3 types of phone numbers we are accepting. For example, home phone number is 123, office phone number 456, mobile phone number is 789. So I want to display 3 phone numbers like this, and in this big cell I want to display the actual name. Scott is a person name. So if you can notice this example, here there is a necessity of using call span and a row span also. Notice carefully. Here actually there could be one cell and another cell, another cell. 3 cells could be there here, right? But all these 3 I want to merge as a single cell. So we are merging the cells horizontally. Horizontal direction you want to merge the cells. To merge the cells horizontally, we have to use call span. Okay, leave it. But in this case, cell number 1, cell number 2. Vertically you want to merge the cells. In vertical direction you want to merge the cells. Vertical merging is row span. For the Scott cell we have to use row span. For the phone cell we have to use call span. So both we have to use in the same program. Okay, let's check it. Let's prepare a new example of table. File name is callspan and rowspan.html. Okay, this table tag is not required. First I am going to create a table. So presently there is just an empty table, no rows, no columns inside it. Inside the table I want to place, how many rows are required? 3 rows are required. Notice carefully, row number 1, row number 2, row number 3. 3 rows are required for us. 3 rows. So as I want to place 3 rows, we have to create 3 tr tags. Row number 1, row number 2, row number 3. 3 rows we have created. And also I want to display the borders, so we can display the borders by using border equal to 1. We have added borders. Still there is no any output particularly, because we have to add some TD and we have to place some content inside it. So now carefully observe, as per the first row, how many cells are required? 2 cells are required. Name and phone, 2 cells only required. So those are column headings too. That's why I am adding th name, th phone, that's all. 2 rows enough. For the first row, 2 cells enough. And in the second row, you would like to place 3 cells, Scott. Notice this Scott also to be taken under the same cell, like this. So we have to consider Scott, home, office, mobile. A row with 4 cells. So a row with 4 cells we have to create. In the second row, we are trying to place 4 cells. 4 cells we have placed. In this row, the first cell should have the content Scott. So we can place Scott, and next home, and again next office, and then mobile. Okay, next after that we are going to place actual 4 numbers, so that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Here only 3 cells are required in this row. These cells already merged with the above cell, so this cell need not be considered. Only should have 3 cells, that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 and 7, 8, 9 respectively. So we have to place 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 and 7, 8, 9. Right. So we have created the 3 cells. But is it actually what we expected here? No, it is a wrong output. I want to convert this into meaningful output. First point is I want to apply the row span against this particular Scott. This Scott vertically has to occupy the space of 2 cells. These 2 cells should be merged into single cell. How many cells you want to merge? 2 cells. Horizontally or vertically? Vertically. So as you want to merge the cells vertically, we have to use row span. So go to the particular name, that is Scott. For this we have to use row span is equal to 2. Now we can notice row span mean vertically merging. And for the phone number, I want to merge these three cells. I mean here cell number 1, cell number 2, cell number 3. These 3 cells you want to merge as a single cell. Then go to the phone number. There we have to add call span is equal to how many cells you want to merge? 3 cells you want to merge. So 3. Here 3 or 2 are representing number of cells to be merged. That's all. Now it is as we expected. So to merge the cells horizontally like this, we use call span. To cells So to merge the cells vertically, we have to use row span. So we have understood the row span and col span respectively. Okay. Next, let us see for the next level of tags, that is Abbr tag, Bdo tag also I am trying to provide. Sometimes you want to display abbreviation. We have a short form and full form. We will display short form to the user. When the user places mouse pointer on the short form, I want to display the full form as a tooltip. For example, I want to display the short form USA in the web page. I just place the mouse pointer on the USA, then it has to display the full form United States of America as a full form. To do like that, we have to use Abbr tag. The Abbr tag is used to display full form automatically when you place the mouse pointer on the short form. It can be any example, for example USA. Abbr is a paired tag. It has an attribute called title attribute. The title attribute specifies the title of the, what you can say, the full form of the short form. Let's check the example now. Abbr tag. Okay, we have a simple program for Abbr tag. So I want to display the text USA. So my requirement is whenever the user places mouse pointer on the USA, I want to display the small tooltip like this as United States of America. How to do so? In order to add the full form, we have to place placeholder. Abbr tag. So Abbr tag will add the full form, but are you getting the full form directly now? No, we are not getting any full form even though we have placed the mouse pointer on that. In order to add the full form, we have to use an attribute called title attribute. Don't expect the system has to provide the full form. We have to provide the full form to the system. So United States of America. Which is the full form we have, that we have to provide here. Here technically speaking, Abbr is a tag, title is an attribute, United States of America is a value of title attribute. And we can see if you place the mouse pointer on the USA, it is displaying the full form as tooltip. So of course both we are writing short form and full form, both we have to specify, but the system duty is that when you place the mouse pointer on that, the full form will be automatically shown. So this is how to use the Abbr tag. Next, let us try to understand Bdo tag. The purpose of Bdo tag is to display the text in right to left order. To display the text in right to left order, we have to use Bdo tag. From right to left. You want to start the text from the right side towards left. You want to go towards left. For example, you want to display some Arabic language content, which the content starts from the right towards left. So to display the content right to left, we have to use Bdo tag. Bdo stands for bidirectional override. Inside that we have two options, Ltr and Rtl. Ltr means left to right, Rtl means right to left. To display the text in left to right order, like normally we write, we have to specify Ltr. Of course it's default, no need of specifying particularly, but Rtl sometimes will be useful. For example, you want to display Arabic language. So to display right to left, we have to use Rtl option. Okay, let's check the same in the program. So bdo.html I am going to create. The program name is Bdo. Just I am going to place some content, for example, hello world. By default, the text is being displayed right to left order, means in this direction. Start from the left going towards right. but I want to display the text in reverse order, right to left. In this case, we have to add Bdo tag. Place this content inside Bdo and add dir is equal to RTL. Actually, the default option is Ltr, which means left to right, and which is default. No need of specifying this particularly, but the option is RTL. Once we have placed RTL, automatically the text will be displayed in right to left order. Now we have to read like this. It is hello, 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 world, hello world. We have to read in this direction, right to left direction, but not from left to right. So only for right to left we have to use BDO. Generally in real-time applications it is very rare to use this type of tags. Okay, the next tag that we have, HTML entities. HTML entities. HTML entities are not actually a tag, but it's just some predefined codes to display the predefined symbols. For example, if you are giving ampersand copy semicolon, you will get a copyright symbol. We can notice a copyright symbol in the output. So to display the copyright symbol, as you cannot type it directly from the keyboard, we have the predefined code, that is ampersand copy semicolon. And we can see a copyright symbol. Similarly, if we want to display the registered mark, we have to use REG, means registered mark. Did you notice BR will go to next line? BR is unpaired tag, which is used to make the content to go to next line. Okay, we have REG, and also we have trade. Trade will display the trademark symbol. So copy semicolon will display copyright symbol, REG will display registered mark, trade will display trademark. Similarly, we can display any different symbols. For example, NBSP semicolon will add one space. For example, 1 and 2. So in between 1 and 2, this part will represent one space. NBSP represents non-breaking space. NBSP means non-breaking space. After 1, one space will come, followed by 2. Now we can notice there is a space between 1 and 2. In case if you want multiple spaces, we can repeat the same a number of times. NBSP can be repeated. I repeated 3 times, so we can expect 3 spaces displayed. Check it carefully. Space number 1, 2 and 3. 3 spaces have been displayed. Next, we can also display some currency symbol. For example, cent will display the cent symbol. Pound means pound symbol. Euro. Ampersand hash 8377 will display Indian rupee symbol. We can notice a different output: cent symbol, pound, euro, okay, Indian rupee symbol. Like this, we have different symbols. So overall, the meaning of entities is, entities are used to display the predefined symbols with the help of predefined codes. Either we use entity name or entity number in order to display the predefined symbols. Okay. Now let us try to understand the next tag, that is data list tag. Data list means, not data list, definition list. Definition list means used to display the list of definitions. For example, you want to display the 3 definitions. You want to provide the definition for HTML, CSS, JavaScript. First you want to display some title, then you want to display the definition below. Again you want to display the definition title, then you want to display the definition below. Again definition title, again definition. So definition title, again definition, definition title, again definition, definition title, again definition. N number of times we can add a number of definitions. In order to represent the complete list of definitions, DL tag should be used. Definition title can be represented as DT, actual definition can be represented as DD. Three tags we have to use: DL, DT, DD. Definition list completely represented as DL, actual definition title represented as DT, DT stands for definition title, actual definition represented as DD, definition data. So three tags we have to use. So for example, first you want to keep the heading HTML. How do you keep the heading title HTML? By using DT. Actual definition of HTML means a sentence can be placed in the DD tag, definition data. And a complete list of group of definitions represented as definition list DL. So let's try to understand the three tags practically: DL, DT, DD. Okay, check the program. Definition list dot HTML, definition list dot HTML. So DL stands for definition list. Okay, now we are going to place DL means definition list. Presently there is no any output. Inside the definition list we can place the definition title, for example HTML. You want to provide the actual definition of the HTML. HTML is used to create elements in the web page. So we can place something. HTML is used to create elements in the web page. That is the definition. Here the HTML is the title and this is the actual definition of the same. Now we can have any number of other definitions. For example, the title is CSS. CSS is used to apply styles to the elements in the web page. One more definition, for example, JavaScript. JavaScript is used to create functionality in the web page. Okay, so we have three definitions. The title is HTML, definition is this one, and we have a title called CSS, and this is the definition. We have title called JavaScript, and this is the definition. Three titles, three definitions. But it doesn't look like a definitions, just like a normal paragraph. I want to bring the definition look and feel for this. So to do so, we have to use definition list. Already we have placed the complete content inside the DL definition list. The each title should be represented as DT tag. So DT will display the definition title. DT will display the definition title. Now you can see definition title, that is HTML. Next, this definition is represented as DD tag. DD, definition data. Now we can see the definition data. Okay, definition data. And then we can see definition title again. CSS is the definition title. You can see the definition title. Actual definition is represented as DD tag. So what I meant to say, the heading is represented as DT, actual definition is represented as DD, and the syntax repeats till ending. Again, for this what tag will use? DT, definition title. And for this content what tag we have to use? DD, definition data. So definition title, definition data, again definition title, definition data, definition title, definition data. We can repeat the pairs of DT and DD a number of times. all these dt and dd should be placed only inside the DL, definition list. So finally it is look like this. Definition titles are appear in the towards left, definition data, that means definitions are displayed in the right side. So this is the definition title, then definition data, again definition title, definition data, and so on. So in order to provide the list of definitions, we have to use a definition list dd and dt. Okay, next let us place another important tag called Div Tag. So what is Div Tag? The Div Tag stands for division of the page, a part of the page. The complete web page is divided as multiple parts. Each meaningful part is called as a Div Tag. For example, in the complete web page, the header part, navigation bar, some left side bar, page content, footer. Like this, you want to divide the complete web page into multiple parts. Each individual part is represented as one Div Tag. And inside the div, we can place some small divs. In a big div, we have a small div. For example, if your city is a div, your area, your colony or your area is one div inside it. City is a big div, inside that your area is a small div. Inside that particular area, your building is another small div inside it. Inside that, your room is another small div. So the logic of the web page designing in real time is, in the complete big div, we have to place a small div. In a big div, we have to place a small div. That is the logic behind the web page designing. So we have to provide the div tags as many as you want. And it is completely 100% of the 100% plan of the developer how many div tags you have to place in the real web page. There is no limit for the number of divs. We can create the divs as many as you wish. But in our further lessons, we are going to see more about the div tags. Particularly when we go to CSS, we will see more of div tags, and also in the Bootstrap, in the JavaScript, in further lessons also we are going to see more of div tags. Let me show a quick example of div tag right now. So check this. We have a div. I just going to create a div tag. Div. I just created div 1, div 2, div 3. 3 divs we have created. Div 1, 2, 3. Only by providing div tag, there is no special output is coming. Just normally the content is appear line by line. Internally, the div tags are considered like this. Div is like a box. Okay, inside the div, we are going to place some content. Okay, these are the 3 boxes. So even there is no any border or margin or you can say background color displayed, but we can apply the border margin padding by using CSS. So this example provides a quick idea on div tags, but we will explore more about the div tags in the further lessons. And there is one more tag called span tag also. I will explain about the span tag in the further lessons, particularly in the CSS. Okay. So with this topic, the HTML part is completed, and in the next lesson we are going to see the CSS. For a few days we will explore through CSS. That means we will try to apply the styles to the elements by using CSS. After that we will also see Bootstrap and further advanced tags. Thank you. Good afternoon students, and in this lesson we are going to start the new module in our course, CSS. In order to create the web user interfaces, mainly we require 2 languages, HTML and CSS. HTML is used to create the elements. Suppose I want to create the heading, I want to create paragraph, I want to create the table, I want to create the form. To create the elements, what is required is the HTML language is required. But HTML doesn't involve in the styling part. Alternatively, we have to use CSS in order to apply the styles to the elements. Using CSS, we can apply different types of styles. For example, we can apply background colors, background images, borders, margins, paddings, alignments, position. All the complete layout can be created by using the combination of HTML and CSS. Today, we are going to see some of the basic topics of CSS, such as font styles and the text styles. And a CSS program can be written inside the HTML file. First, we are going to take the file name with the .html extension. Inside the HTML file itself, we are going to write the HTML code and the CSS code. That is one type of pattern. Another type of pattern is we will write the CSS code separately, and we have to load or import the CSS file into the HTML file. We have to load the CSS file into HTML file. That is the second pattern. So, in case of large scale application development, the second pattern is better. Means we have to write the CSS code separately and HTML code separately, and we have to load the CSS file into HTML file. The benefit of separation of CSS is, even though we have a large application, even though we have multiple pages, the CSS code can be reusable, because the one CSS code or one CSS file can be imported or loaded into multiple HTML files. So that is the reason for large scale applications we prefer separate CSS file. But on the other hand, while learning time, while understanding the concept, it is not recommended to go to a separate CSS file. So learning time, a single file, that is HTML and CSS combined into single file, is better. While application development, while real-time application development, the separation of CSS file is better. Now let us try to understand some of the basic concepts of CSS. First, I want to tell the syntax of CSS. The CSS code must be written inside the style tag. The style tag must be written inside the head tag. So first we have to place head. Inside the head we have to write a style. Inside style we have to write your actual CSS code. Now let us try to prepare a simple application for this. So have a look at once in the example. So syntax of CSS. First we have to begin the CSS code by keeping the style tag, and inside the style tag we are going to write your CSS code. The CSS code can be written with the selector. Inside the braces we have to write your property with value. The property name can be anything, value also can be anything. So first we have to select. After selecting, we have to apply the style by using the property. Every property must be having a value. For example, I am selecting the h1 tag, and for that h1 tag I am trying to apply color is equal to red. Here color is an example of property, red is an example of value. Okay, let us create this application program. So just go to file menu, new file, save the file, CSS first example.html. We have to save it inside C:*CSS folder. So creating a basic syntax of HTML, CSS first example, okay. Here I am going to have some heading tags. We have few heading tags. Now for all these headings I want to apply red color. In order to apply the color for all these headings, we have to first go to the style tag. Here we have to select the h1 tag. How do we select this h1 tag? By using the tag selector, that is h1. So h1 is called as a tag selector, which will select all these instances of the h1 tag. For all these instances, we are going to apply some color is equal to red. Now we can notice the red color will be applied for the all h1 tags. So let's execute this program. Now we can see for all the headings we can see the red color. Okay, now we can see red color. So I want to change the style. For example, I want to add a background color for this particular heading. So what will you do? In the same selector, we are going to add one more property, background color is equal to some color name, for example, yellow color. So yellow color will be the background for this with the red color text. So here in this example, we have 3 points. One is selector, property, value. Selector will select the element, that is, it will decide for what elements it has to apply the style. So we are specifying that h1. That means all these h1 tags will be selected. For all these h1s, we are trying to apply the color, that is color is equal to red. Here color is a property, red is a value. Okay, now I want to apply the red color for only for specific element, for example, only for this first instance. But how do we identify this first instance? There should be some identification name for that. In order to specify the identification name, we have to use ID selector. ID is equal to some ID can be given. For example, my heading. Here my heading is just a user defined name. We can give any identification name. So based on the ID, I want to select the particular heading, only the first heading. Then what we have to do, hash is required. Hash is a symbol of ID selector. Hash is symbol of ID selector. So it is selecting only the single instance that is having ID equal to my heading, and ID cannot be duplicate. And for this heading, we are trying to apply the color is equal to blue color. Now if you can notice, only for first heading we can see blue color, for all the remaining we can see red color. So in case if you want to select the tags based on the tag name, we have to use tag selector. In place of h1 we can give any tag name such as p, div or anything. And in case if you want to select a single element, then we have to use ID selector, that is hash. Okay. Now I want to specify some CSS properties. So the first one, color, will specify text color. Already we have seen this in example. Color is used to specify the text color. Second property is background color, specifies background color of the element. And the third one is font family. This will specify name of the font. To specify the name of the font, we have to use font family. Let me show an example. Let me take one more example. So same content repeats. Okay, font properties is a topic name. So file name is font properties.html. Here I would like to have some heading with a paragraph. Okay, some heading I want to just take. To take some dummy content, go to Google page, click on terms. In the terms, we can just copy paste some heading and paragraph. For example, I am just copying and pasting welcome to Google. That is a heading for us. And also we have some paragraph. And for easy access, I am going to give ID for each of these particular heading and paragraph. So ID is equal to my heading. For this paragraph, ID is equal to my paragraph. Based on this ID, we can easily select them. First, I am selecting the my heading. So for this, I am just giving color equal to blue. Now we can notice for the H1 we can export the blue color. Now we can notice the blue color applied for the heading. And I want to change the paragraph font family. To specify the font family, we have to use font family property. So here for this paragraph, for the my paragraph, font family is equal to, here we can specify any default font name. For example, I am just writing Times New Roman. It is one of the fonts. So you can refresh. Now you can see Times New Roman font. So in case if you want to know the font names, just go to your notepad, format menu, font. Here you can see the sample fonts. Any one of these fonts we can try to use. For example, I am trying to use Encode Sans font. Encode Sans. Now we can notice that font is applied. So let me apply this font for the heading, and for the content we are going to apply another font called Consolers. Now we can see heading is having one font, that is Encode Sans. For the content we can see another font called the Consolers. Next property, font size. This will specify size of the font. To specify the size of the font, we have to use font size property. So the default font size is 16 pixels. We can increase or decrease it. For example, I am just giving 10 pixels. Notice now the paragraph is having very small in size. We can even increase it. For example, 20 pixels. 20 pixels. Now you can see 20 pixels font size. As per the requirement, we can give anything. Next, also I want to apply bold. To apply the bold, we have to give font weight is equal to bold. Now we can say bold for the text. Also, in case if you want to apply the italic, we have to add a font style italic. Now we can see the italic is applied for the font. Next, letter spacing will specify gap between letters. For example, 10 pixels. Now we can notice gap between letters increased. Next, word spacing will specify gap between words. For example, I am just giving word spacing 30 pixels. Now in between the words, the gap is increased, that is 30 pixels. Next, line height specifies height of the line. For example, I am just giving 50 pixels. Now you can notice the gap between lines have been increased. Each line occupying 50 pixels of height. The height of the line of text is 50 pixels right now. Each line is 50 pixels here equally. Next, text decoration. None means normal, that means as it is the text is visible. And also we have underline. Underline will display underline for the text. You can see the below the text we have line, that is underline. And also we have overline. Overline will display above the text, it will have a line. Okay, underline will display below the text, overline will display above the text. Another option is line through, will display across the text, that is also called a strikeout. Next, to specify the alignment, we have to use text align. Text align, the default alignment is left alignment. Instead of that, I am just writing right alignment. Now we can notice the text is right aligned, so right side edges are correctly maintained, but not left side. Next, also we have center, so each line is center aligned now. Each line horizontally center, for example, this line is center, this line is center, each line is aligned center individually. Alternatively, we can specify justify in order to align them justified. So now we can notice both the left side and right side edges are correctly maintained. Next property, text transform, will display uppercase, means only uppercase letters will be displayed. Now we can notice the text is uppercase, means the complete text is now converted into uppercase. And also we can notice lowercase, now the text is completely converted into lowercase. So uppercase, text transform uppercase will display the text in uppercase, text transform lowercase will display the text in lowercase. Another option is capitalize, means in every word first letter capital. In every word first letter capital, for example our O caps services, S caps or A caps, etc. But these properties are being applied for the entire paragraph. Instead of that, I want to apply the particular paragraph for a particular word. For example, I want to highlight only this particular word, product requirements. Only this single word I want to highlight with a different color and font weight, etc. Then what will you do? In order to identify that particular part of the text, we have to keep that particular text inside a span tag. We have to keep the text inside the span tag. So span tag is opened and closed. Inside the span tag we are going to place some ID, for example identification name is span1. So only by placing span we don't see any difference particularly, but now we can identify that text as independent item. So for the span1 we can apply any style. So span1, first we are selecting the span1. After selecting, we can apply the color for it. For example, color equal to green. Now it is applied the green color for the particular paragraph. And also we can add font weight bold. For this we will go normal. So the entire text is normal, but only the particular word is bolded now. And we can also increase the font size. The paragraph font size is 20 pixels, but we are going to give 24 pixels. Now we can notice the span1 is 24 pixels. Okay. Now we can also apply the background color if required. Background color, some pink color. So only for the particular text the background color is applied. So which of the properties you would like to apply, including background color, font size, font weight, anything can be applied by using the span tag. So the purpose of this span tag is representing a particular text, a particular part of the text. I want to highlight this particular word or this particular sentence or this particular part of the text. We can apply by using the span tag. So if the span tag is not there, what happens? Only we can apply the style for entire paragraph. If I want to highlight the particular text, that may not be possible. So but fortunately we have a span tag to highlight the particular text. So first we have to place the heading, and for the heading we will apply the style. Next also we have placed the paragraph, we have applied the style. Inside the paragraph, for a particular word we can give the span tag, and also we have applied the style for the span tag itself. Now let us see how to apply the background color and background image for the entire web page. So let us check it. Background.html I am going to create. Okay, just we have created a simple page which is having a heading in paragraph. I want to apply background color for the entire web page. To apply the background color, we have to use body tag, because the body tag is representing the complete web page. This complete white color area where you can see the web page is called as body tag right now. So inside the body tag, we are going to apply some style. For example, just background color, and in order to specify the color code, we have to specify FF, that is hexadecimal number. So we can choose the color here. So once we have selected a color like this, automatically for the selected color, the color code is typed here. So here internally it will follow RGB format, means first number is representing red, next number is representing green, next number is representing blue, RGB. Out of 6 characters, each 2 characters represent red, green, blue. So by combination of red, green, blue, we can generate 16 million colors. So that is RGB formula. So now we can notice the background color has been changed. Now I want to apply background image. So let's have an image first. For example, we have an image called trees.jpg. We have an image trees.jpg. So this one, trees.jpg. I want to apply this image as a background image for the entire web page. So first we have to copy this and paste in the current working folder, that is C:CSS. And how to apply this file name as a background image? Just we have to add background image, file name URL of trees.jpg. Now this image has been applied as a background image for the entire web page. Now we can notice the background image changed. Okay, there is a property called background attachment. The background attachment property specifies whether the background image should be scrolled or not. To understand this, let me create some more number of paragraphs. This span tag is not required for this. So I am going to repeat the same paragraph. I am just copying and pasting several times to add more content. To add the more content, I am just copying and pasting the paragraph. Now you can see huge content. But the question is, when you scroll the page up and down, is the background image is scrolling? Yes, background image is also scrolling along with the content. But now we have an option called background attachment equal to fixed. By adding this option background attachment fixed, what happens is now the web page is just only text is scrolling, background image is stable as it is. Only text is scrolling on the top of it. So in case if you want to scroll the text, only scroll the text but not the background image, we have to give background attachment fixed. So the background image, the background attachment has two options, scroll and fixed. Scroll means the background image also will be scrolled along with the text. Background attachment fixed means the background image will be fixed on the top of it, only text is scrolling on the top of the paragraph, on the top of the background image. Okay, now let us try to understand opacity property for this. Next property, opacity. So opacity property, opacity.html I just create. In this case also we have a background image for the web page. Now I want to apply a background color for the paragraph also. So for the first paragraph we have some ID, for example P1 for paragraph 1. So for this P1 I am just trying to apply a background color. In order to select the color code, we have to give FF, and if you just place the mouse pointer on that, it is showing the color palette, and you can choose any color of your choice. But this color palette will be shown only in the Visual Studio Code window, but not in the Notepad. If you are writing the program through Notepad, you will not get this color palette. So let's save and run this. Now we can see there is a box, and that particular box is not transparent right now. I want to make this box transparent. That means through this particular box the background information also should be visible. So how to make it visible? Let's try to notice. So as it is not transparent, the text is clearly visible, the background image is not visible on the back side of it. Now I would like to make this particular box transparent. In order to make the box transparent, we have to give opacity property. The opacity property makes the particular content transparent, so that through the particular element the background image also will be visible. So we can just add opacity. Opacity is 0.7 for example. So actually we can give any number between 0 to 0.1. Whereas 0 means completely the element is transparent. 1 means completely it is non-transparent. So any middle number, for example 0.7, 0.8, etc. will make the paragraph transparent. Now you can see the paragraph is transparent. So through this particular paragraph we can see the background information also. Means if we just reduce more, for example we have given 0.5. So through the paragraph we can see the background image. That means it is transparent right now. So we have understood the opacity property. Now let us try to understand the next chapter in CSS, that is understanding the div tag. Actually div is a tag, is related to HTML language, but it is correct to explain the div tag in CSS because you don't understand the div tag importance in HTML. That's why even though earlier I have shown you a basic example of a div tag in HTML, I did not explain much. So this is the correct time to understand the div tag. So what is exactly the div? So well, a web page is there, complete web page, so having many boxes. Each individual box inside a web page is called as a div. A box inside a web page is called as a div. A meaningful part, a meaningful division of the page. For example, a header part, navigation bar, left side column, page content, footer. Each box is called as a div tag. And div is a division of the page, it's a part of the page, and inside the div we can place any content whatever you wish. For example, you want to place some images or tables or forms, anything, any content we can place inside the div tag. So we can place the div inside the div. Suppose we have outer div, inside the outer div we have a inner div. So outer div is a container, inner div is a child of the outer container. So let's try to create the div tags practically. Okay, let's have a look at once the div tag. I am just taking empty HTML file, so there is no CSS inside it, even there is no HTML, just basic syntax is there like this. Just in this one I want to just add a div tag. So the look and feel of the div is like this, just it's a box. Inside the box we can place some content, for example div1. Now you can see the plain text. See, only by placing div tag you will not get any special design or special background color or border. Just a div is a box. So for this div, whichever the style you want, we have to apply manually, like background color or border or else anything we have to apply. So let's give some ID for this, for example div1, and we have to select it by using its ID selector. So div1 hash div1 will select this particular div, and for this hash div1 we are trying to apply the background color. Suppose the background color is some green color, for example. So now we can see the color. Suppose if you don't like it, you can change the color, suppose some magenta color. So any color we can just provide. We can also increase the font size by using font size property. For example 35 pixels. Now you can see 35 pixels, right? Like this you can create any number of div tags. In case if you create multiple div tags, for example 5 div tags, 5 div tags are created, and for each div tag we are going to give a different background colors. So div1, div2, div3, div4 and div5. For each div we are trying to apply different colors. For example I'm just applying some different color, for example this one. Okay, so I'm just choosing a different colors for each one so that you can just understand. So okay, so for this I want to add a text color is white, and for this fourth one we have some different color. Okay, so we have given different colors. So the boxes are like this, the div tag boxes are like this, right? The div tag is occupying the complete available width. In case if you maximize, you can see like this, complete width of the web page is 100% occupied by the div tags. So even though content is small, content is very small, the complete width is occupied by the div tags. And we can change the width and height of the div tags by using width height properties. For example, I'm just adding for the div1 width is equal to 200 pixels, height is equal to 150 pixels. The width property specifies width of the div and height property specifies height of the div. So now we can see the width is 200 pixels, height is 150 pixels, and we can change, we can give the width and height for each div. I'm just giving width and height for each div. We can give same values or different values. So we have 5 divs, so that you can see the 5 div tags, right? But I want to display this particular div tags side by side. In order to display side by side, what we have to do is that to display them side by side, we have to give float left. Float left allows you to display side by side. So here float left, here also float left. So we have to add the float left for the div tags where you want to display them side by side. We have added float left for all the div tags, so we can see all the div tags side by side. Then what about div5? Why it is going to next line is the reason there is no sufficient space. If you just maximize, if you just resize the browser, you can see the div tag side by side. Okay, now let me reduce the width. For example, width is 150 pixels I'm giving for all. So now we can exactly see side by side. So we can do any number of pixels for the width. Now all the div tags appear side by side right now. Okay, so we can give any pixels for the width, any pixels for the height. So all the div tags appear side by side. Now I want to push the div4 to next line expectedly. Always I want to push the div4 next line. Presently what happening is that if the content is small, Okay, there is no sufficient place for that, then only div 4 is going to next line. But I want to push the div 4 always to be in next line. I never want to see the div 4 in the first line. Then what we have to do, to push it to next line, we have to add one more property, clear left. Okay, so by giving clear left, what you can try to do, we are trying to say that it is going to next line. Clear left says that next line. So we have to give clear left from where you want to go to next line. So for a div 1 we have given float left, for div 2 float left, for div 3 float left. So for all these div tags we have given float left. So for which one you want to go to next line, for that only we have to give clear left. So float left will display them in a order, in a sequence. To cut the sequence, to stop the sequence, we have to give clear left. And there is a possibility of using float right also. Instead of using float left, we can also keep them float right. So let's make in a separate file. Instead of giving float left, I am giving float right. So wherever float left is, I am just replacing with the float right. In case of float left, we have to use clear left. In case of float right, we have to use clear right. Okay, so just we have added float right. Now we can notice the float right is displaying right to left order, means this direction, right to left direction. So whereas the first one here and the second one in the left hand side of that, third one is again left hand side of that. So float left means the direction is left to right, float right means the direction is right to left. So generally in the applications we would like to use float left in most of the cases. It is rare to go for float right. Okay, so I want to specify the margin, that means gap between these particular div tags. So I am just writing margin, some pixels, for example 5 pixels margin. So surrounding the div we can see some margin. You can notice instead of giving here, I am just giving in the previous example, right. Okay, here notice the div 1. So surrounding, and that means in the top side, right side, bottom side and the left side also, for surrounding all the sides of the particular div, we can see 5 pixels margin is maintained. We can even give more value, for example 25 pixels will have a more value. So surrounding all the 4 sides, so margin top, margin right, margin bottom, margin left, all the 4 sides you can see margin is maintained. And we can give the margin for all the remaining div tags also. Okay, so margin 25 pixels, margin 25, margin 25 for each. For each div we have given margin 25 pixels. Now we can see all the div tags are appear side by side. At the same time some gap is maintained. So can you guess how many pixels distance between these two? Answer is 50 pixels distance. The reason how it is 50 pixels, so we have given 25 pixels margin for the div 1 and a 25 pixels margin for the div 2 also, right? So 25 pixels right margin for the div 1 plus 25 pixels left margin for the div 2. So 25 pixels right margin of the div 1 plus 25 pixels left margin of the div 2. 25 plus 25, 50 pixels distance is maintained here. Even here, everywhere, even here, everywhere you can see 50 pixels distance. So in order to reduce it, we have to reduce the right margin of the div 2 or left margin of the div 2. Okay, so we can specify the gap between the elements by using margin, and also we can provide border. So border style we can give, for example solid, means we can see a standard border for the div 1. Okay, so a standard border, normal plain border is visible surrounding the div 1. And also border style, for example 5 pixels, we are increasing the thickness of the border. border width 5 pixels. Now you can see border thickness has been increased. Okay, and also border color also can be specified. For example, we can see blue color. So blue color border is given for the particular div. So instead of repeatedly writing the 3 different properties, we can also specify them in shortcut way, that is just we have to give border, just a border. Okay, first we have to give border width space border style space border color. That's all. Okay, so just by giving border width space border style and border color, we can just bring the same here. So even this border is same, but in the first case we have mentioned separately, individually border style separately, border width, border color, but in the second case we have used a shortcut way. So let's repeat the same for all the remaining, and yeah. So now we have given the border for all the div tags, and we can see border. Okay, even for third one border is there. Okay, let me change this one. Right. So now we can see the border. Now we have some property called border radius. So border radius, I am giving 10 pixels. So border radius will make it rounded corners. Now you can see the border of the div one, it's having border radius, rounded corners on all these 4 sides. So we have given the same for all the remaining. Border radius 5 pixels, 10 pixels. We have given border radius for all the div tags. So now we can see border radius for all the div tags. Like this we can specify. So here, what are the different properties we have learned? Okay, so the div tag is representing a single box. Inside the div we have some content, and inside the div we are going to place some any kind of content, maybe paragraph or text or images or tables, whatever it is. We have applied a margin, padding, border, and float left to display them side by side, clear left to go to next line. So we have understood the CSS basics, and also we have understood the div tag and margin, border, padding. Okay, so in the further lessons we will enhance more about the CSS. Thank you. Good afternoon, students. In the today's lesson we are going to see different CSS selectors. In the last class we have seen the border, margin, div tags, float left, this type of topics. In the today's lesson we are going to understand the CSS selectors. The concept of CSS is, first step, select the element, then we have to apply the style. In order to select the element we have to use the CSS selector. After selecting, then we can apply the styles. So what style you will apply, whether you apply the font or background color or border, that is secondary matter. The first requirement is, first we have to select. So in order to select the element we have to use something called as CSS selectors. To identify the elements we have to use CSS selectors. See, in the web page you might be having lot of HTML tags, div tag, p tag, heading tag, or a table tag or list tag or whatever. I want to pick up a particular item, then we can apply the style to the element. To identify the particular element, to select the particular element, we have to use the CSS selectors. CSS provides various types of selectors, means different conditions. For example, in front of us 1000 people are sitting. I want to call a particular person. First, based on his name I can call him. In case if I don't know his particular name, I can call him by his roll number, or by his shirt color, or by his row number. I can select him based on different conditions. Similarly, In the web page also, you might be having lot of HTML tags, and we can apply the particular item, we can select the particular item based on some particular selector. If you want to select an element based on tag, we have to use tag selector. Based on ID means ID selector. Based on class means class selector. Tag name and class name means compound selector. Parent-child relationship means child selector. Like this, we have different conditions, so we have different selectors. So let's try to understand all these selectors in detail. So check this CSS selectors. CSS selectors. Selector is a syntax to select the element. The concept is, first we have to select the element, and then we have to apply style. So in order to select the element, we have several selectors. The first one, tag selector, next ID selector, class selector, compound selector, grouping selector, child selector, direct child selector, attribute selector. These are the important list of selectors available in CSS. Now let us try to understand each one. The first one we will take, that is a tag selector. Now if you take the tag selector, it selects the elements, it selects all instances of specific tag. Here instances means examples. Every time when the tag is present, we have to call it as one instance or example. In order to select all instances of the particular tag, we have to use tag selector. The syntax for this is just a tag name. By providing the just tag name, we are able to select the particular element. Now let us try to understand the example based on this. See, we are going to take a new program. First HTML head body, this part is common. HTML head body. Head is representing the non-content information. Body is representing content information. The title, what topic we are trying to practice here, tag selector. Then we have to save this. Now observe carefully, we have some p tags, paragraph tags. I want to select all instances of the particular paragraph. To select all instances of the particular paragraph, we have to use a tag selector. Here wherever p tag is present, I want to select all of them at a time. Then in order to do so, we have to use tag selector. Now in the style, I am just writing just a p for paragraph. I am selecting all instances of the p tag. So this is the p tag, this is the p tag. All instances of the p tag will be at a time selected. After selecting, then we are trying to apply some style for it. For example, I am just trying to apply a background color is equal to sky blue. Now save this. File name tag selector.html. We have to save it in the location called C:CSS. Then go to the particular folder and run this program. Double click on HTML file to run. Then we can see for all the paragraphs, the sky blue background color has been set. Here the point is, the P is a tag selector which selects all instances of the particular p tag in the entire web page, wherever it may be. Now here the requirement is, I want to select a particular single tag, only the single tag. For example, only this single p tag I want to select. How do we point out the particular instance of the paragraph? We can do that by using ID selector. So let's take the ID selector. Second selector is ID selector. It selects a single instance of this specific tag based on ID. Based on ID, to select a single instance, we have to use ID selector. I want to select a single instance, means only the para 1 or only the para 2. Only single tag can be selected by using ID selector. The symbol is hash. Hash is symbol of ID. First we have to provide hash, then followed by ID. So hash will search wherever ID is equal to the so and so given identification name, automatically that particular single instance will be selected. Then for that we can apply some style. Now check it. We are going to take an example of ID selector. ID selector. Now for example, I want to select only the para 1. Only the para 1. Then what we have to do? ID equal to P1. Based on this ID, we are trying to select a single element, so we have to provide hash P1. Hash P1 will search the entire web page. Wherever P1 is there, for that item, the particular background color will be applied. Now we can notice, instead of applying the background color for all the paragraph, only the single para 1 is having the style. So, to select a single tag, what we have to use? ID selector. To select all instances, tag selector. But sometimes you require few. For example, you have to select para 1, para 2, para 4. Few elements, not all, not one, few elements. Then what we have to use? We have to go for the class selector. So let's understand the class selector. It selects few elements that are having specific class. Here the syntax is dot class name. Dot is symbol of class, so dot class name will search for the particular tag that is having the specific class. Wherever the class is matching, that specific item will be selected. Now let's apply this. Class selector.html. Now I would like to select para 1, para 2, para 4 also. Suppose we have few more. Para 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We have basically 6 paragraphs. See, I want to select para 1, para 2, para 4, para 5 also. Whichever the items that you want to select, for those elements we have to apply class is equal to some class name, for example class 1. This class 1 is just use a different name, we can provide any other different name. Then we are trying to apply class equal to class 1 for the elements where you want to select. I want to really select para 1, para 2, para 4 and 5. For those elements only we have to provide class equal to class 1. So based on the class name we have to apply the style. So dot is symbol of class selector. If you want to represent ID, hash. If you want to represent class, dot. So dot class 1 has selected the para 1, para 2, para 4 and para 5 also, because these elements only are having the specific class. Here the class name can be anything. See, in the real time applications, what will you do? If you want to select the elements based on some condition, for example, you would like to select all these language names. So for all these language names, we have to provide a class equal to some class name, for example language. Class equal to language, class equal to language, class equal to language. For all these language names, class equal to language. Then you have to provide dot language, just like dot class 1. Then we can apply some underline or whatever the style you want. Similarly, if you want to select all these privacy terms and settings, these 3 hyperlinks, then for these 3 we have to provide class equal to class 2. For the class 2 we can apply some different style. So whenever you want to select a few elements, we have to use class selector. But sometimes what we have to do, you have to check the tag name and the class name also. Then we should go for the compound selector. Compound selector is the 4th type of selector which is used to select the element based on the tag name and the class name also. It selects one or more elements based on tag name and class name. At a time you want to select that based on the tag name and the class name. Tag name you want to check and class name also you want to check. Then what we have to do, syntax is tag dot class name. So if you provide only the tag, then we have to call it as tag selector. Only dot class name, class selector. If you combine both, that is compound selector. Tag dot class name. First we have to provide the required tag, for example P, then dot class name, for example dot class 1. So it will automatically search for the elements that are having the specific tag with a specific class. Only the particular tag is present, it will not be selected. Only the class is present, it will not be selected. At a time the both conditions should be matched. It should be tag plus at the same time class. Now what we will do is that I am just creating a new program, compound selector. Compound selector dot HTML. Now have a look once, compound selector. Okay, now here the small problem that we have to understand is we have bold tag, B for bold, and also we have span tag. Do you remember span? To represent a small portion of the text, we have to use a span tag. So we have span 1, span 2, bold 1, bold 2. So for these bold and span tags also, we can apply the same class. Same class name is applicable for the bold tags and span tags also. Now we can notice, so we have just provided the class equal to class 1. As we have provided dot class 1, it is selecting the bold tag and span tag also. Notice we have not mentioned only we want P tag. We just said that dot class 1. Dot class 1 means it is including the P tags, B tags and span tag. Irrespective of the tag name, wherever class equal to class 1, all those elements will be selected. But in this case, as you want to select only the P tag that is having class equal to class 1, then what we have to do, we have to add the tag name at the left hand side. Now what happens is that tag name dot class name means we have to call it as compound selector. So it must be P tag, at the same time it should be having class equal to class 1. So is it P tag? Yes. Is it having class equal to class 1? Yes. So this para 1 will be selected. Now check the para 2. Is it P tag? Yes. Is it having class equal to class 1? Yes. So this also will be selected. Now check the third one. Is it P tag? Yes. But is it having class equal to class 1? No. So the para 3 will not be selected. And the process continues till ending. So finally, how many elements we selected? Check it. Para 1, para 2, para 4, para 5 only will be selected. Bold, italic, span tag will not be selected. The reason, we are looking for only the P tags, not for the B tag, not for the I tag, not for A tag. So we clearly mentioned that the tag should be P tag. At the same time, the same tag should be having class equal to class 1. So now you can see only for P tags that is having class equal to class 1, the particular style is applied, not for the B tag and span tag. So if you want to look only the tag name, then tag selector. Only the class name, then class selector. Tag name and class name at a time, then compound selector. Next one, grouping selector we have to use. It selects a set of tags. To select a few tags, to select a set of tags, we have to use grouping selector. Means tag 1, tag 2, tag 3, a number of tags we can provide like this. I am selecting all instances of the tag 1 plus all instances of the tag 2 plus all instances of the tag 3 at a time you want to choose. Then what we have to use, grouping selector. Comma is symbol of grouping selector. Remember, hash is symbol of ID selector. Dot is symbol of class selector. Tag name dot class name is a symbol of compound selector. Like that, comma is symbol of grouping selector. So all instances of the tag 1 plus tag 2 plus tag 3 will be selected at a time with the help of the grouping selector. So check this program. Grouping selector. I created a separate program, grouping selector.html. So at a time I want to select all the p tags, span tag plus b tag. All instance of the p tag, span tag, b tag at a time will be selected with the help of the grouping selector. Now we need not give any class name or ID anywhere. I am just removing the class. So I am selecting all instances of the p tag, b tag and span tag. All these elements will be selected at a time. Check this output. Now we can see for all of them the background color is applied. So don't think like only we can apply these selectors for p tag only. In fact, we can apply for any HTML tag. What are the HTML tags I told earlier? For any HTML tag, any selector is applicable. At the same time, don't think like only we can apply the background color with these selectors. We can apply any other styles whatever I told, such as font, margin, border, etc. For example, let's add border also for this. Border is equal to 3 pixels solid red. Now you can see the border also just applied. At the same time, we have a property called padding. Padding, for example, 20 pixels. Now we can notice the gap between the border and content has been changed. Padding is the gap between the border and the content. I mean to say this gap, this gap, this gap, these gaps are called padding. So in this area only, in this area only actual content will be displayed. Okay, so like this we can apply any CSS selector, CSS style like background color, background image, padding, border, margin, anything. Okay. The next type of selector is child selector. It selects all instances of the specific child that are present inside the specific parent. First it will locate the particular parent. Inside the particular parent it will identify some children, and those specific children will be selected with the help of the child selector. Check it. So simply we have to provide parent space child. So in this particular parent, that particular type of children will be selected. I am selecting the particular type of children that are present inside the particular parent. So now let's have a look at once. Check the example. Child selector.html. To understand this example, I am going to take a div tag. Do you remember a div tag? Div tag is very important. Div is a box. Div is a container. Inside the div we can place any other HTML tags. So inside the div we are going to place a set of tags, for example some paragraphs. We have a div with some paragraphs. So here para 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What is the point here? The div is a parent. Div is a parent. Para 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 are the children. For para 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 div is a parent. For a div body is a parent. For the body HTML is a parent. Simple logic. Outer box is a parent, inner box is a child. So in that way the para 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 are the children inside a div. Okay. Now in this example I want to locate the paragraphs which are present inside the div. Some paragraphs may be present outside the div. I don't want to select all of them. Then what we have to do, div space p, div space p. I am selecting all the p tags that are present inside the div. So here space is symbol of child selector. As I told already here, parent space child. Space is symbol of child selector. See, do you remember? Comma is symbol of grouping selector. Dot is symbol of class selector. Hash is symbol of ID selector. Similarly, space is a symbol of child selector. So left side one is treated as a parent, right side one is treated as a child. So inside the particular parent the particular type of children will be selected. That means inside the div only the p tag will be selected. So for example, inside this p I am trying to provide background color light green and also border 2 pixel dotted blue. This particular given style will be applied for all the paragraphs that are present inside the div. Now let's execute this. Now you can see the particular style is applied only for para 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 but not for para 6 and 7. Why it has not applied for para 6 and 7? The reason is that these para 6 and 7 are present outside the div and we are looking for only the p inside the div. The meaning of div space p, we are trying to find the p tags that are children of the div, not the other than the children. So for this condition only the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 are matching, not the 6 and 7. Okay, next after that we also have direct child selector. It selects all the direct children of the specific parent. Okay, direct children of the specific parent. So parent greater than child. Parent greater than child means we are looking for a direct children of the particular parent, not the children of children, means not the grandchildren, only the direct children I want to select. Then what we have to do, then we have to use the direct child selector, that is greater than. Now just have a look at once. In the child selector there is a nature. So for example, inside the div we have a child called b before bold. Inside that we have some other p tags like this. Now what do you think, will it select this para 6 and 7 now? Answer is yes, it will select the para 6 and 7 also, even though it is present inside the b, because b is present inside the div. See, div space p means that including grandchildren, means for this div b is a child and for this b para 6 and 7 are the children. So here it's including grandchildren. So para 6 and 7 are the grandchildren of the div. Check it. Para 6 and 7 are the direct children of b. B is a direct child of div. So para 6 and 7 are the grandchildren of div, right? Just like you are the child of your parent. Your parent is a child of his parent, right? So similarly, para 6 and 7 are the grandchildren of div. So in this case, child selector includes grandchildren, but direct child selector excludes grandchildren. So in case if I just convert the same into the direct child selector, that is greater than instead of space, now what happens, para 6 and 7 will not be selected now. Para 6 and 7 not selected. The reason, para 6 and 7 are the direct child, are the grandchildren, direct child selector will not select it. So we are looking for only the p tags that are directly the children of the div, but not we are looking inside the child of another one. So that is the meaning. So if you want to include grandchildren, including grandchildren, we have to use child selector. If you want excluding grandchildren, okay, then we have to use the direct child selector. Include the grandchildren, child selector, excluding grandchildren, direct child selector. Next, attribute selector also useful for us. Attribute selector means it selects the elements based on the attribute value. I am selecting one or more elements that are based on the specific attribute value. If the element is having a specific attribute, that element only we are trying to select there. So for example, syntax is tag name, in the square brackets we have to provide attribute is equal to in double quotes value. Check there. First we have to provide the tag name. In this particular tag, there should be an attribute. That attribute must be having this particular value. So if the particular value is present, then only that element we are trying to select, otherwise not. Now check there. In order to demonstrate this, the best example is images. So let me have some images in this particular folder. I just go to images location and I just copy paste some of the sample images. Suppose we have img1.jpg 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 images we are going to copy and paste into current working location. Practice time you can download the images from Google. Now I want to display these images in my web page. Okay, these images. So I am just removing this CSS style, also these div tags and p. Only just I want img src equal to img1.jpg, width is equal to some number of pixels, for example 200 pixels. Okay, we have 5 images. Okay, we have 5 images. In fact, if you maximize the screen, okay, just a minute, I am removing the BR. Okay, now in case if you maximize the screen, the images appear side by side. Okay, again, now the images are appears line by line because of the space. Okay, if you increase the space, automatically they appear side by side. Anyways, now here the point is, I want to demonstrate the attribute selector. See, conceptually img is a tag, src width are attributes, right? So this is the tag, src width are attributes. So I want to select all the img tags. For all the img tags, I am trying to apply some border, for example 4 pixel solid red. Now we can expect the red color border for all the images, as you can see there. But I don't want all the images, only the first image. Actually, if the first image is having some ID or class name, it will be easy to select it. In case if you have ID, we can use ID selector, that is hash. In case if you have a class name, we can use a class selector like a dot. But the problem is it's not having any ID or class name, but we are able to select it based on its unique src value. Basically src is an attribute value, right? So we have to use attribute selector. Src is equal to img1.jpg. Simple. We are looking for img tag that is having an src equal to img1.jpg. What tag we are looking for is img tag. At the same time, it should be having an attribute called src with value img1.jpg. Now we can notice, we can see the only the first one is selected. In case if you want to select the second one, we can change img2.jpg. Now what happens? Now we can see the only second one is selected. So based on the value of the src attribute, we are trying to select. So this is what we call it as attribute selector. Next, also we have some additional selectors, that is h over selector. It selects, it applies the style only when the user places mouse pointer on the element. It applies the style only when the user places the mouse pointer on the element. Okay, so if you place the mouse pointer on the element, then only the style will be applied. Syntax is tag name colon h over. tag name colon h over. Now have a look at once. See, for example, if you place the mouse pointer on the button is highlighting, right? Even here also, if you place the mouse pointer on a language name, it is highlighting. That's because of h over. Okay, let's try to understand h over. H over means the mouse pointer is over on it. Okay, so h over. Let me take some paragraph tags. Paragraph p tag. So we have a few set of paragraph tags. Now it is displaying para 1, 2, 3, 4. Now when the user places mouse pointer on the paragraph, I want to apply the style. So if you just right click P and give some style, for example background color, this style will be applied for all the paragraphs unconditionally. But I don't want like this. When the user places mouse pointer on the particular paragraph, then only you would like to apply the style. Then what we have to do, colon h over, which means that when you place mouse pointer on that moment only the style is being applied conditionally. If you just come out, nothing is applied. If you just place the mouse pointer on that, then only the h over style gets applied. Exactly in the same way, we can also take some buttons. So we are going to take the button tag, for example OK button, cancel button, anything. OK, cancel, apply. I am selecting all the button tags. For all the button tags, we are trying to apply some background color, for example light green. So now we can see light green background color is applied for all the buttons, and also we can see border style, border 1 pixel, solid black. Now you can see the border. Okay, I want this should be blue. Okay, just I am trying to select the blue color from this color palette. Okay, this type of blue. Okay, now we can see the blue color border, and at the same time I would like to change the padding of these particular buttons. Padding, suppose 6 pixels padding. So you can see the gap between the border and content. Gap between border and content increased. Okay, right. So now we can see the 3 buttons. Also, I would like to apply this shadow for these particular buttons. To apply the shadow, we have to give box shadow. The property box shadow is used to apply this shadow for the particular button, not only for button but also for p tag, div tag, anything. So 4 pixel and 4 pixel means horizontally 4 pixels and vertically 4 pixels. Now we can see shadow horizontally 4 pixels mode, vertically 4 pixels mode. Now also we can give blur radius. Blur radius means we can see blur effect. The shadow is having blur effect right now. See, previously the shadow was very clear cut shadow. The shadow is very clear cut shadow. Now we are adding some blur effect. Also we are adding some spread 1 pixel. Means the shadow area will be increased. The shadow will be spread. Also now I am giving 0 pixel for the horizontal, 0 pixels for the vertical. Now we can see look like this. Okay, with shadow. Also we have margin. Margin, for example 10 pixels. Now when you place the mouse pointer on that, you would like to apply some style. So button colon h over. Button colon h over. On placing the mouse pointer on that, you want to change the background color of the particular button as dark green, and also the text color should be white color, and also the box shadow should be spread value should be changed as 3 pixels. So 3 points you want to change on h over, that is background color, text color, and box shadow. Now when you place the mouse pointer on that, the the change is coming. Just a minute. Okay, the blur radius and the spread should be, yeah. Okay, now we can see the change. When you place the mouse pointer on that only, it is changing. Okay, like this we can change, and also we can change the shadow color. Shadow color, for example, some kind of blue color I am expecting. So, okay, some kind of blue, same color I am trying to apply. This is for shadow color. Okay, now we can say the shadow color is set. Okay, now we can also apply transition box shadow to yes. Transition means slowly it has to apply the style. Slowly it has to apply the style. So, see, when you place the mouse pointer on that, slowly it is applying the style. Let me make it as 0.5 seconds. It is applying the particular shadow in 0.5 seconds. Now you can see slowly, gradually shadow is changing. So, what you can understand from this today's lesson is, if you understand the proper knowledge of the CSS selectors, we can make the beautiful look and feel for your buttons, text box and forms. So, this is all about the CSS selectors. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. I welcome you all to today's session. Today we're going to start a brand new session, and this is very, very specific to one particular organization. And as a part of APSSDC's initiative, we did this program since last 2 years, and it led to a huge success. I pretty much remember last year we started this in Kurnool and few other places, and roughly there are close to 5,000 to 6,000 people got placed in this organization, and this particular company is one of the top most ID company, not just in India but the entire world. And getting into this organization is definitely a dream for a lot of people who are either from engineering background or BSc background. It doesn't really matter, because this company recognizes the skills that you bring on table and how that can be improved to meet the expectation of the company as well as the client. And this is a pure Indian IT company which started way back, even before Wipro or say Infosys was a big name. So I'm sure you can take a guess which company I'm talking about, and this is Tata Consultancy Services, which is TCS. So as far as the TCS placement is concerned, the program is getting started again, and AP State Skill Development Corporation, as a part of the ongoing initiative, wants to make sure that we help you with the initial learning in order to clear the assessments. So what exactly happens as a part of the selection process? First and foremost, you need to remember that you need to have a strong academic background. You should be scoring minimum of 60% and above across your academic career, which is +2, as well as your graduation, and you got to be really, really good in the fundamentals. But what the company doesn't talk about is certain aspect which they will assess you on as far as the placement process is concerned, and this is where APSSDC program is going to help you. For the next 10 days, I'm going to take you through certain aspects of this entire placement process. So this is more of a recruitment training that you're going to go through. In order to understand what this training is going to be, you need to know what is the pattern of the selection. So here goes the pattern of the entire selection. The first step is going to be the written round, which is an online test. So please remember, the first step is the online test. I'm going to pause here so that you can make a note of these details. So the sections on the placement, there are 4 different sections: email writing skills, quantitative aptitude, the TCS C MCQ, and the last one is coding test. So when we talk about MCQ, this is more of a technical aspect, and coding test, again there will be a situation given to you and you need to write a code. The total time given for the coding test is 20 minutes. For the C MCQ is 20 minutes. You will have quantitative aptitude before that, 20 questions, 40 minutes. So you basically get 2 minutes per question. That's a whole lot. And then you have email writing. You will have to write one email which will last for, you will be given a 10-minute timeline to write that email. So I'm going to pause here. Please make a note of these aspects. What do we mean by number of star mark question? I will explain to you, but please make a note of these points. All right, let's begin. So you will have email writing. So essentially what happens in an email writing is you will be given a particular topic and you need to write an email which is absolutely relevant and related to that particular topic. It's very important. You need to understand why this is very, very critical. Now, in order to explain the importance and the significance of it, let me tell you the reality. The first phase of TCS recruitment that happened across Andhra Pradesh, and APSSDC was instrumental in imparting the skills, the recruitment training. 90% of the students did very well in quantitative aptitude, but they failed in email writing skills. Now, what exactly goes wrong in email writing skills? I will take you through that. We will have a very extensive training. What are the pitfalls? What are the areas where you will end up making a mistake in terms of email writing skills? Why it's important? What do they look for? How do they assess you? How do they score you in terms of email writing? I will give you the entire aspect, and in today's session I will talk about the do's and don'ts of the email. I will also show you an example, a quick example, how to write an effective email. Now, once that email is taken care of, even if you clear that, you need to clear the quantitative aptitude. So quantitative aptitude if you clear, but you do not score well in email writing, if you get disqualified, that means you cannot go through the next segment, which is the interview round, which will be HR as well as technical round. So let's take a look at the slide again. So 4 sections we are talking about: email writing skills, quantitative aptitude, the C MCQ, where you need to write some programs and certain questions will be given with optional, basically the multiple choice options which you need to pick from. So the TCS C MCQ that you see, these are technical questions, 10 questions. You need to pick the correct answer. You will be given options. Coding test, now you need to write a code within 20 minutes. So the first one, email writing skill, is descriptive. You need to write an email. Quantitative aptitude is multiple choice. The C MCQ again is multiple choice, and coding test, you need to write the code the way it can be executed without any issues. Now the point that you need to keep in mind, it says number of star mark questions is 2, which means there will be 2 questions which will be marked star. You cannot go wrong in these 2 questions. So when we talk about online test, there is a new rule that has come in, which is in terms of negative marking. Please make a note of these points that I'm talking, and please keep that in mind and follow that religiously. There is a negative marking of 0.33 per wrong question in TCS multiple choice questions. Negative marking is only applicable in the quant section. There is not there won't be any negative marking for the email writing on the entire email, so on the entire test. So when we talk about negative marking, it's only there for the multiple choice questions and that too only for quantitative aptitude. The second segment that you see, only for quantitative aptitude you will have negative marking. Now how will it be calculated? If the question, if you answer correctly, you score 1 point. If you answer incorrectly, you will lose 0.33, which means if there are 10 questions, you have answered 8 questions accurately, you score 8 points. 2 questions you make a mistake, it becomes -33 multiplied by 2, which is -66. So from 8 points that you scored, 0.66 will be deducted. So negative marking can be very detrimental in terms of a good success ratio, because whatever you have scored, you may end up losing the positive points if you answer incorrectly. That's why please be very careful when you answer the quantitative aptitude questions. You will have 20 questions that needs to be answered in 40 minutes, which means you're getting 2 minutes per question. So please be extremely sure what you are choosing as your correct answer. Okay, the star mark question have 2 times more marks, and negative marking is also double. What does that mean? When we talk about quantitative aptitude, there are 2 questions. Let me bring my mouse, hover over it. So you have 2 questions. If the question paper has 10 marks, 10 questions, there are 2 questions which is starred. That means these 2 questions, the score will double. It's like a bumper question. So it will become 2 points each. Now when you are scoring positive 2 points, if you go wrong, the negative will also double. So it will become -66 or -0.66. I'm sorry. So please be very careful. You will score double, but you will also lose double. So for the 2 starred question, please be extremely careful what you're writing. Alright, so I'm going to pause here. Please make a note of this. Let me make a quick change here because it's not making complete sense. So let me repeat this. I'm going to mark it bold. I hope this is visible to all of you. There is negative marking of 0.33% for each wrong answer. So when I say 0.33%, that is against the entire point that you can score on that particular question. So negative mark is applicable only in quant section. Okay, so rest of the entire question there won't be any negative mark. Now this is extremely important. So I'm going to mark this in a different color so that you remember. Alright, so let me repeat this again. There is negative marking of 0.33% for every wrong answer. Now when I say 0.33%, which means if the question you can score 1 mark, you will use -33. Negative marking is applicable only in the quant section, and the star mark question have 2 times more marks, and negative mark is also double. Okay, so please bear this in mind, do not go wrong. Now let me talk about the topics that you will get in terms of the quantitative ability. I'm going to mark this bold so that it's clearly visible to you. This is for those who are watching in television or computer screen, just to make sure that this is clearly visible to all of you. So probability, permutation combination, time and distance, time and work, time and distance, time and work, equations, ratio and proportion, allegations and mixtures, series and progressions, average, percentage profit and loss, problems on ages, areas, shapes and perimeter, number system, HCF and LCM, reasoning. So if you look at this entire list of topic, this is what will be covered across the 20 questions that you see here. Alright. So these 20 questions will be spread across these topics. I'm going to pause here so that you can make a note of these topics. Probability, permutation and combination, time and distance, time and work, equations, ratios and proportions, allegations and mixtures, series and progression, average, percentage, profit and loss, problems on ages, area, shapes and perimeter, number system, HCF and LCM, reasoning. I'm going to pause here so that you can make a quick note of these topics. Okay, I hope this is helpful. So please remember, today's session is only in terms of orientation to help you understand how the entire pattern will be. Tomorrow onwards, I'm going to start the email writing session. Along with that, once I'm done with email writing, I will also talk about essentials of a successful interview, dress code, body language, all this will also be covered. If I'm talking about email writing skill, I also need to talk a bit about communication aspect. So I will talk about that as well in terms of punctuation, in terms of grammar, in terms of perfect structure for an email, the typos, the grammatical mistakes that we do, the spelling, the common spelling mistakes that we end up doing in email, because you're going to lose marks if you make a grammatical mistake or spelling mistake or punctuation mistake. All this will be a part of my program. And the beginning of the session from tomorrow, I will definitely take you through the entire format, the entire pattern. This is for the benefit of those who could not join today. And the last 10 minutes of the session, including today, will be dedicated for question and answer. So in case any one of you have any questions, you have certain doubts, you want to get it clarified, either through Zoom, the web conference platform which is installed in my system right now, as well as if somebody wants to call and ask any questions, we will be open to that, but only the last 10 minutes of the session, so that you collect all the questions and ask me all together. Alright, so let's move forward. So here are the list of topics which you must have taken down. I'm assuming that you have the list of the topics that will be covered for quantitative aptitude. Now in terms of email, these are certain very, very important aspects that you need to know. Like I said, 90% of the candidates have failed in email writing. They have done really well in terms of quantitative aptitude, but when it comes to email, they failed, because of which they could not even go to the interview round. So I'm going to read this across very slowly so that you can make a note of these. So these are the points that you need to keep in mind in order to do it accurately. These are the email do's. Read the topic carefully. Read and understand the keywords or the key phrases mentioned. Use each and every keyword phrases mentioned. Even if you miss one of the keyword or phrases, the email will be invalid. What do I mean by this point? I will explain to you. Don't worry about it. Just make a note of these. I will explain in detail. I'm going to repeat point number 4 and 3. So use each and every keyword and phrases mentioned. Even if you miss one of the keywords phrases, the email will be invalid. Ensure keywords are used in the same form as mentioned in the topic. For example, if the keyword says buy, you cannot be using a past tense form which is bought. You need to use the word buy. Keyword should be mentioned in the sequence as mentioned in the topic. That is very, very important. There will be a list of keywords that will be given to you. It could be 8, 10 or 12 for the email. You need to use these keywords in the entire email, so that it has to follow the same sequence. I will explain to you how it's going to look like. Start a new paragraph for change of thought group. What do we mean by thought group? I will explain to you. New paragraph should start as a fresh line. This is in terms of structure. Let me increase the font size for this so that it's visible to you. The entire email should be in left indent format. Don't leave a gap on the left when you start a new paragraph. Use the receiver's name and sender's name as mentioned in the topic. Always begin your mail with greeting, hello, receiver's name. Always end your mail with salutation, thanks and regards, which is a closing, and mention the sender's name. The sender's name and the receiver's name will be mentioned in the email itself. Please do not get confused. I will explain. I will also give you examples how to write these emails. Ensure the entire email is written within 10 minutes. Click on submit button before the 10-minute time is up. Clicking on the button even at the 10-minute mark or later will not allow the email to be submitted. Now this is extremely important, guys. This entire email you need to write within 10 minutes. Now there will be a clock which will be ticking, which will be a countdown timer for 10 minutes. If you are assuming or if you think you can keep on writing the email, the moment it's 10 minutes, the system will automatically submit the answer. No, that's not going to happen. You need to make sure you click on the submit button even before the 10-minute time is up. It could be 9 minutes, it could be 9 minutes 57 seconds or 59 seconds. Doesn't matter. It's mandatory. It's extremely important. You need to, it's compulsory, since you love the word compulsory. It's compulsory and mandatory. You need to click on the submit button for email. Only then your answer will get registered. Lot of people wrote email but they did not click on the submit button. They thought the moment the time is up, automatically the system will save it. Please don't rely on it. Please click on the submit button. Very, very important. And the points that I'm reading so far, all this will be clarified, all this will be simplified when I'm showing you how the email question will look like and what are the keywords and how you need to write an email. Alright, let's move back to the slide. So click on submit button before 10 minutes time is up. Clicking on the button even at the 10-minute mark or later will not allow the email to be submitted. Word count of the email should be as per the instruction given in the question. The question will tell you how many words the email should have. It could be 60, it could be 80, it could say that the word count should be between 80 to 100. Please make sure it's not below 80 or not above 100. Very, very important. If you go wrong in these aspects, you will lose marks. You may also get disqualified. Alright. Now let me take you through the don'ts. These are the things you should not be doing in terms of email writing. Do not miss even a single keyword or phrase mentioned in the topic. Do not change the tense or verb form of the given keyword. Do not address the receiver as hi. Lot of people write an email with hi. Please do not use hi. It should be hello. That's more professional way. Do not make any spelling mistakes, grammatical mistakes or punctuation mistakes in the email. Do not exceed 10 minutes time limit. Do not write the email below the number of words given in the instruction. So if the email says that it should be minimum of 80 words, even if your email is 79 words, you will get disqualified. If you make grammatical mistake in terms of more than one word or sentence, you will lose points. If you make lot of punctuation mistakes, you will get disqualified. If you make typographical mistakes, like lot of people have issues with spelling. If I'm writing something on a Word document or PowerPoint, the system itself shows me what is the correct spelling. But when it comes to email writing on TCS, it's not going to tell you. So you got to be extremely careful. I will talk about these aspects. Clear? So I'm going to read out the don'ts once again. So please keep this in mind. And what do I mean by keyword? I will explain to you shortly. Do not miss even a single keyword or phrase mentioned in the topic. Do not change the tense or the verb form in the given keyword. For example, if the keyword is buy, if the keyword is go, you cannot change will be going or went or bought or will be buying. You cannot do that. Do not address the receiver as hi, it should be hello. Do not make any spelling mistakes, grammatical mistakes or punctuation mistakes. Do not exceed 10 minutes timeline. Like I told you, you need to click on the submit button even before the 10-minute time is up. Very, very important. If you miss that, you will get disqualified. It will not register your answer. And the last point, do not write the email below the number of word count that is given on the instruction. Clear? So let me show you how the question will look like. I just want to make use of, let me see if this is going to be comfortable. I hope the screen is visible to everybody. So let me remove these grids. Okay, I'm going to show you an example question how the TCS email question will look like. Now my program will talk about email writing. Later on I'll talk about body language and interview essentials, how to succeed in interviews, what is the importance of body language. I will also talk about dress code, what kind of shirt you should be wearing, what kind of watch you should be wearing, should you carry a pen or not. I will also help you with resume, so don't worry about all these aspects. Focus on the email. Once we are done, we'll move forward. Okay, so this is a typical email question that will come through for the TCS email assessment. I'm going to increase the font size so that this is going to be visible to you. You are the manager for a team of 10 members. I hope this is visible now. So we're going to wrap the session as soon as I'm done giving you the question. If you have any questions, you can ask on Zoom. I'm going to remove the mute. If anybody got a question, you can ask me while I'm writing this particular sample question. Very simple. Let me read this out. You are the manager for a team of 10 members. Write an email to the team informing them about the Independence Day celebration in office. This is a typical question that you will get. Okay, let me mark it bold so that it's visible to you. These are the kind of email scenario you will get. Now what it will say, use the below keywords. So wish, inform, independence, freedom, sacrifice. Okay, I'm going to give you, so this is 5. I'm going to give you 5 more. So see, I made a mistake and I'm able to correct it. Okay, so these are the 10 words that you will get. You need to write an email to the team about the Independence Day celebration using these words, and the sequence should be same: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, which is wish, inform, independence, freedom, sacrifice, dress code, competition, winner, lunch, contribution. You need to use the sequence in the same manner. You need to use all these keywords, and the email should be a minimum of 80 words. For example, you will write, dear team, I wish to inform you that we are going to celebrate Independence Day to mark the freedom of our nation, to pay respect to all the freedom fighters who made the sacrifice. So if you pay attention, I said who made the sacrifice. I am not saying who sacrificed their lives. Because if I say sacrificed with a D in the end, it becomes past tense form and I am not allowed to do that. So who made the sacrifice? I would like to inform you that there will be a dress code which will be traditional or ethnic, and there will also be a competition for best dressed male or female. The winner will be given a surprise and the team is invited for the lunch. I thank you in advance for the contribution to make this entire function successful. Very simple. I used all the keywords in the same fashion it's given. Neither I am changing the verb form nor I am changing the tense form. I am not supposed to do that. Even if I miss one keyword, I will get disqualified. If I change the form, I will get disqualified. If I write less than the prescribed number of keywords, I will get disqualified. If I make grammatical mistake, punctuation mistake, I will lose points. But I will also help you how to ensure you do not make these mistakes. Okay? What I would love to do is, now that you have this particular program on YouTube, you know this is the question, I want you to write the email and post on the comment section of the YouTube video which is getting broadcasted right now. Tomorrow I will take a look at it. I will also announce the name of the person who wrote the most accurate email, and tomorrow I will definitely tell you how to be successful in these emails. Okay? If you have any questions, feel free to write to me on the comment section of the YouTube program that you're watching. If you're watching it on Mana TV, you can go back to YouTube, look for the channel for today's program, and it's listed as TCS Drive Orientation. So please post your questions. I will take a look at it after the session is over, and tomorrow I will answer these questions. Alright, so I hope this was helpful. Once again, I want to thank you for participating. I know this was a little short notice, but the idea is to make sure that you understand what this program is all about. So we'll talk about the entire quantitative aptitude as well in a different session, and once that is done, we'll move on to the next segment. So I'll see you guys tomorrow. Thanks for participating. Have a great day. Bye-bye. Hello everyone, welcome to today's session. So today is day 2 of TCS pattern which we have taken up yesterday. Yesterday I took you through the entire assessment pattern for TCS selection. So please remember, this drive is going to happen very soon. You will get to know from your placement officers as well as EPSSDC coordinators about it. What you need to keep in mind is the first stage of selection will be written test, followed by interviews, and these interviews will be HR round as well as technical round. Now what we are going to do is we are going to talk about the entire pattern for written assessment, and I'm also going to help you with one particular aspect which is very, very critical and essential, and that is email writing. So when we talk about the pattern, why am I talking about email writing is, so the pattern has email writing as one of the criteria, one of the sections. So there are 4 sections in the written assessment. You have email writing skills, where you have one email which you need to write within 10 minutes. So the time allotted or stipulated is 10 minutes. Within 10 minutes you need to write this email. Then you have quantitative aptitude. You have 20 questions. Let's have the slide. You will have 20 questions, and the time permitted for these 20 questions is 40 minutes. So within 40 minutes you need to answer these 20 questions, which essentially means 2 minutes per question. If you compare that with some of the other aptitude tests or quantitative aptitude tests that happens in other organizations, so the time allotted is pretty lower. Here you're getting 2 minutes, which is pretty good, I would say. If you look at the extreme right, it says number of star mark questions is 2. What does this mean? I will explain that very soon. I know I spoke about all this yesterday. I'm doing that again today for the benefit of those who did not attend the session yesterday. Then you have TCS C MCQ, multiple choice question, and that will be on C program language. You will have 10 questions that you need to answer. You will have 20 minutes time. Again, you have 2 minutes per answer. You need to pick the right option. Then you have a coding test, which is one program that you need to write depending on what the question is, and the time allotted here is 20 minutes. Now there is also a negative marking. What does that mean? There is a negative marks of 0.33% for every wrong response, and this is applicable only for quantitative sections. So out of the 20 questions, if you are answering any question incorrectly, you will lose 0.33 marks. Okay, that's a negative marking. So you got to be very careful. So out of 20, 10 questions you have answered correctly, you score 10 points. Remaining 10 you have answered incorrectly. For each question it will be minus 33. So imagine how many points you will end up losing. You lose 3.33 points minus 10 that you have scored. So it's a very dicey situation. That's why you have 2 minutes per question. Please be very prudent. Please be very careful when you answer these questions, especially on quantitative aptitude, because you have 0.33 negative marks, and this is applicable only for quantitative aptitude. Okay. Now here is the important aspect, which says star marked questions have 2 times more marks. Please note the negative marks also double up, which means if I have a particular question, you answer it correctly. Let me give you an illustration to help you understand it better. So I have number of questions here. Okay. Now the point, each of these questions allows you to score 1 marks each. Okay. So this is what you can score. I am going to change the color so that you can understand. If the answer is correct, you will score, let me mark it green. If the answer is correct, you will score 1 mark, because this is a total mark that you can score. Okay. Now this is only specific to quantitative aptitude I am talking about. Let me add the description, question number, I'm going to change this a little bit so that it's easier for you to understand. Okay, so you have question number 1. The allowed marks is 1. If you answer it correctly, you will score 1 marks each. Now, in case if you answer it incorrectly, in case if there is a mistake in this particular answer, so you will lose minus 0.33. Okay, this is what you will lose in case if it's incorrect. Now what happens is, say this is how the entire paper will look like, and there are 2 questions which is marked as star. Okay, this is what I was talking about. Say for example, star mark question has 2 times more marks. Please note the negative mark also double up. What do I mean by that? The marks allowed here says 1. Since these 2 are starred, I am going to mark it with a different background. Since this is marked as star, you can score 2 points in case if it's a correct answer, because these 2 are starred. But in case if you make a mistake, it will double as well. So these 5 and 6, whatever is marked as star, is basically your bumper question. If you have scored less, you can score more on these 2 questions. But please remember, if you have already made some incorrect choices, and in the start question also, if you make an incorrect choice, you will lose more points. So you got to be very, very careful. Okay, so again, you have quantitative aptitude, 20 questions, 40 minutes allowed, 2 star mark questions. You will have questions, multiple choice question on C language. Then you have a coding test where you need to write the entire code that can be executed without an error. That's only 20 minutes allowed. And now comes email writing skills. Like yesterday I said, email writing is where majority of participants have failed in last 2 years. What are the mistakes that they ended up doing? Let me talk about that in terms of do's and don'ts. But before that, a quick recap of what the topics that will be part of the 20 questions for quantitative aptitude. Here are the topics which you need to focus on: probability, permutation and combination, time and distance, time and work, equations, ratios and proportions, alligation and mixtures, series and progression, average, percentage profit and loss, problems on ages, area, shapes and perimeter, number system, HCF and LCM, and reasoning. So these are the topics which will cover the entire 20 question that will come for quantitative aptitude. Now for email writing, there are things which you need to remember, you need to keep in mind. Please do not miss these points. You have to follow what I'm going to talk about now. Then I will talk about what you should not be doing. Alright, let's begin. I did this yesterday. I'm doing a recap so that whatever you missed, you can understand that today essentially well. Let's go. So read the topic carefully. Read and understand the keywords or key phrases mentioned. Use each and every keyword and phrases mentioned. Even if you miss one of the keyword or phrase, the email will be invalid. Ensure keywords are used in the same form as mentioned in the topic. For example, buy cannot be used as bought. You cannot change the tense or the verb form. Keywords should be mentioned in the sequence as mentioned in the topic. Start a new paragraph for change of thought group. New paragraph should start as a fresh line. Entire email should be left indent. Do not leave a gap on the left when you start a new paragraph. Use the receiver's name and sender's name as mentioned in the topic. Always begin your email with greeting, hello, or salutation in the end, the closing, thanks and regards, and mention the sender's name. You will get certain mails where the receiver and the sender's name will be mentioned, so keep that in mind. Ensure the entire email is written within 10 minutes. Click on submit button before 10-minute time is up. Clicking on the button even at the 10-minute mark or later will not allow the mail to be submitted. So the time allocated is 10 minutes. Even if you submit or if you continue to write that email and you don't submit within 10 minutes, it will not allow you to register that email. Word count of the email should be as per the instruction given in the question. So if this word count says minimum 70 words, you have to write minimum 70 words. Keep that in mind. Now the don'ts aspect. These are the things which you should not be doing. Here's the first one. Do not miss even a single keyword or phrase mentioned in the topic. Do not change the tense or the verb form of the given keyword. Do not address the receiver as hi. You should always use hello. Do not make any spelling mistakes, grammatical mistakes or punctuation mistakes because you will lose points. Do not exceed 10 minutes time limit. Do not write the mail below the number of words given in instruction. So if the email says 80 words, you can use 85, 90, 95, 120, 1000, 1 lakh words, doesn't matter. But even if you use 79 words, you will be disqualified. This is very, very important. These are the areas where you will get disqualified or you will lose points. So I'm going to show you the slide again. Please make a note of these points. I'm going to pause so that you can make a note of these points. Even if you go wrong in even 1 point, you will get disqualified or you will lose marks. Alright, so let's look at some examples. I prepared a couple of sample tests so that we can go through it. Now before that, please remember there are 4 sections in the entire assessment. We have email writing skills, quantitative aptitude, C language where you will have multiple choice questions, and you have coding. All these sections you need to clear in order to qualify for the interview round. You cannot say that okay, in email I failed but other 3 sections I've done well, so I should be given a chance. I'm sorry, that doesn't work like that. TCS is one of the best company in the world, of course in India as well. So obviously they want the best people. You need to ask yourself, are you that best person? This training is initiated to make you the best. We are going to help you with everything that you need, but it's up to you how much you practice. Yesterday I categorically mentioned that if you have any questions, please post on the YouTube video. I will take a look at it and I'll provide the answer, but not a single question has come through. So if you're watching this program right now, you may call during the last 10 minutes of this session. I will tell you when. So please call and ask your questions. Alright, let's begin. Here is how the email will look like in the assessment. Okay. It will say write an email to Vikas Singh detailing the procedure to reset his password for Wi-Fi in order to access internet through his desktop. I'm going to mark this red because this is what the question is. Okay. This is how the question will look like. Write an email to Vikas Singh. Now when it says to Vikas Singh, this means this is a receiver. Detailing the procedure to reset his password for Wi-Fi in order to access internet through his desktop. Okay. Now you need to make sure you are not breaking any one of these rules. If you break these rules, you will get disqualified. So please be very careful. Rule A. Use all the keywords given below. Minimum word should be 50, otherwise your email cannot be validated. Addressing and signing should be done as in the question given. Means addressing means the receiver. The sender's name is not mentioned. If you look at it, it only says write an email to Vikas Singh. Only the receiver name is mentioned here. The sender's name is not mentioned, so you can write your name. That's what it means. Addressing and signing should be done as in the question given. Common grammatical rules. Punctuation should be according to standard English. You cannot make a mistake in terms of grammar or punctuation. You can use your own phrases along with the phrases given. For example, there are keywords. These are the keywords. In case if there is a keyword which is a phrase, for example, there are 10 keywords given. You have to use all the 10 keywords in the same sequence. Please remember that. Don't make a mistake. What it says is, in case there is a phrase given, you can add more to that phrase. For example, number 11, if the phrase is please contact us, you can make an extension out of it. Please contact us in case So please contact us in case you face any difficulties while changing the password. This is what was given as a part of the question, please contact us, and I have added this as a part of the answer. This is just an example, don't get confused. Okay, now let's take a look at it. The question is, write an email to Vikas Singh detailing the procedure to reset his password for Wi-Fi in order to access internet through his desktop. These are the keywords: reset, default, password, special character, browser, router, Wi-Fi, internet, procedure, account. Okay. Now these are the keywords I am going to use. I am going to make it a little more user friendly so that you understand. Okay. So instead of writing the keywords this way, I wrote it this way so that we take less space. All right. So we're going to go left to right: reset, default, password, special character, browser, router, Wi-Fi, internet, procedure, account. Please keep in mind we have to follow the same sequence as well. So here come the actual email that I'm going to write now. Please remember, I mentioned in the do's, the email should always be left indent, correct? And it should always start with hello. And what is the name? Hello Vikas, because the question says write an email to Vikas Singh, detail the procedure to reset his password. So I'm just starting the email. Hello Vikas, I would like to help you to reset the default password as you are facing some issues. I just added that line. That's absolutely fine. Hello Vikas, I would like to help you to reset the default password as you are facing some issues. Please make sure the password has special character and numerics as well. So please make sure the password has special character and numeric as well. You may open browser, preferably Google Chrome, and connect with the router to enable the Wi-Fi. This will allow you access internet on your desktop. Now I change the paragraph. Why did I change the paragraph? Because now I'm going to summarize. This is the main crux of the email. Now I'm going to summarize. In case if you have any questions about the procedure, I'm going to reduce this a little bit. I hope this is visible. So let me read this to you. Hello Vikas, I would like to help you to reset the default password as you are facing some issues. Please make sure the password has special character and numeric as well. You may open a browser, preferably Google Chrome, and connect with the router to enable Wi-Fi. This will allow you to access internet on your desktop. In case you have any questions about the procedure, you can contact me. If you're not able to access the internet, please try reactivating your account from the settings. Thanks and regards, your name. Now the point to be noted is these are the keywords that were given: reset, default password, special character, browser, router, Wi-Fi, internet, procedure, account. My email should use all these keywords. Even if I miss one keyword, I will get disqualified. Let's start. Reset. I would like to help you to reset. So here it is. Reset is done. Default. I would like to help you to reset the default password. Now password is also used. As you are facing some issues, please make sure the password has special character. You see this special character here? It's used. And numeric as well. You may open a browser, preferably Google Chrome. So you may open a browser. So I've used browser as well. Now next 5 words I need to use: router, Wi-Fi, internet, procedure, account. Okay, so let's look at router. Where did I use? Preferably Google Chrome, and connect with the router to enable the Wi-Fi. So Wi-Fi is also used. This will allow you to access internet on your desktop. In case you have any questions about the procedure, so I use procedure, you can contact me. If you are not able to access the internet, please try reactivating your account from settings. So I have not only used all the keywords, but I have also used it in the same sequence. Earlier we thought that following the sequence is not necessary. Then we again saw some people got disqualified. We checked and figured that it's good to use the same sequence as well. Now, point to be noted in this particular email: if you see the entire email is left indent, you can put a scale here and see everything is left. The common mistakes what people do, instead of saying hello, they say hi. This is wrong. It should always be hello. When you're writing an email, lot of people have the tendency of leaving a gap here. They start a paragraph like this. This is wrong. Please don't do this. This is absolutely wrong. You don't have to leave this gap. Okay? This gap is unnecessary. Another mistake that people do, they say hi Vikas or hello Vikas and they use a comma. This comma should not be used at all. This is not needed. It has no role to play. Okay? So I want to quickly talk about certain aspect of punctuation. If you make a mistake in punctuation, you will lose marks. If you look closely here, please make sure I have used a comma. Okay, let me highlight this. You see this here? Please make sure comma. Now when I use a comma, lot of people make a mistake. They say please make sure the space, comma, again space, then the word starts. That is absolutely wrong. There should not be any space before the comma. It should be after the comma. So if I am writing a sentence, I need to use comma, and after that there should be a space. And if I use a comma, the next word should start with lowercase. It cannot start with uppercase. It will start with uppercase only in case of noun. For example, let me show you an illustration here. Just a moment. I went to the airport, ordered a cup of coffee. Okay, look at this entire sentence. I went to the airport. Let me zoom it a little more so that it's clearly visible to all of you. I went to the airport, comma, space, ordered a cup of coffee and waited for the flight. The moment I was ready to leave, let me reduce this a bit. The moment I was ready to leave, comma, I met my friend. So I is uppercase here because first person I will always be uppercase, or if it's a noun, name of a place, for example, the moment I was ready to leave, John asked me to talk to him. So J is capital because it's a name. So any name will always start with the capital letter. So please keep that in mind. Okay. So that's about punctuation. You need to be very, very sure that in case if you're using a comma, after the comma there should be space, not before that. If you make such silly mistakes, you will lose points. Okay. All right. Let's go back to the email. All right. Now I want to talk quickly about the structure as well. So I started the mail. I spoke about the main topic in the very first paragraph. I moved to the next paragraph because my thought group is changing. Now I want to summarize it. So the email will have the structure. You can start with an introduction. In this case, it's a pretty straightforward email. You don't have to really introduce. If you want to, you can do that. Then I wrote the main content of the email, then I summarized. Now important point is, it says minimum words should be 50, otherwise the email cannot be validated. Now I want to exclude hello Vikas and thanks and regards, and I want to see how many words I have used. I select all this and it says 84. In bottom in Word document, it will show as 84. So I've used 84 words, which is absolutely fine. Even though it says minimum 50 words, I have used 80 words. Clear? So let me quickly check. Just make a note of these aspects. Let me have that on the screen. Meanwhile, I'm going to quickly check if we going to have the provision for call-in so that you can ask any questions. So let's have this on the screen so that they can make a note of it. So look at the email, look at the structure, and like I said, if you're writing this in Word, you will get to know where you are making the mistake. All right, let me zoom in and show you. If I make a mistake, the system will automatically show me. For example, if I use a space before comma, you see this green line. You see this green underline, that means there is an error. So since I am using Word document, it will show me that I made a mistake. Even if I use it like this, it will show me that I have made a mistake. If I make a spelling mistake, it will show red mark. Okay. But in your tool, in the TCS assessment, the system will not show you where the mistakes are. So you got to be very, very, very sure that you're not making these punctuation mistakes or even grammatical mistakes. Okay. Let's go on to the next topic. This is the next email that I want to practice. Now before that, in case if anybody has any questions, you can call. I want to give this particular question as an assignment. You can provide your answer on the comment section of the YouTube video. Okay. Now while I'm reading this question, you will see a number flash on your screen. If you have any doubts, you want to speak, you can call. While you call, I want to read out this particular email which you need to write for tomorrow's assignment. You can post this answer on the comment section of the YouTube video. Let's go. Write an email to Bhavya Reddy giving her the details of the procedure of deleting temp files from her desktop. So we all have temp files that gets created on the desktop, which slows down the performance of the system. So you need to write an email. The receiver's name is Bhavya Reddy. You need to tell her how to delete these temp files from the desktop. Okay? Follow the rules mentioned below. Use all the keywords given below. Minimum words should be 50, otherwise your email cannot be validated. Addressing and signing should be done as in the questions given. Common grammatical rules, punctuation should be according to standard English. You can use your own phrases along with the phrases given. So this is a question. I want to mark this in bold red so that you can identify. Please make a note of this. Okay, and here are the keywords. These are the 10 keywords that you need to use. To make it simple, you don't have to follow the same sequence because this is a practice assessment. For once, as one time concession, you don't have to follow the same sequence, but next time onwards you need to use the same sequence. So the keywords are D drive, delete, cleanup, temp files, restart, system, speed, cookies, browser, procedure. Please make a note of this. D drive, delete, cleanup, temp files, restart, system, speed, cookies, browser, and procedure. These are the keywords that you will need to use on the email that you're going to write. This is the email which you are supposed to write. An email to Bhavya Reddy giving her the details of procedure of deleting temp files from her desktop. Okay. Now how will you send this assignment? It's fairly simple. Go to YouTube. You can open, let me look up the name just a moment. So you have Mana TV Amravati, you can just look it up. Look for the particular session. It will have the date as well. It will always show the date. For example, the date will come here because right now, since this is live, you are seeing it live now. Okay. So once you are done, you can open this and then you can go to the comment section and you can post the answer. Okay, you can also post the question here. Okay, somebody has already asked some questions. Somebody is asking questions as, hi bro. I'm sorry, I'm not your bro, I'm a trainer here, so please don't bro me. As far as the technical questions, what are the technical questions they will ask? Some other trainer is going to come and talk about it, so don't worry about that at all. So as far as the assignment is concerned, I would really request you to please post your question, and in case if you choose to ask the questions here, please do, but please keep it very professional. When you talk to someone on a professional setup as a bro, it's considered extremely rude and unprofessional. So please don't do that. You may keep posting your question. I will take a look at it. Now in the live session, it's difficult for me to keep a tab on the questions. So once the session is over, post your question in the comment section. I will take a look at it and I will provide you with the answer. Okay. So once again, here is your assignment for tomorrow. Please write this email and post it on the comment section. I'll take a look at it. I will also announce the person's name, whoever writes the most accurate email. So I repeat, the question is, you need to write an email to Bhavya Reddy giving her the details of procedure of deleting temp files from her desktop. You need to make sure you use all the keywords. Minimum word count is 50. You need to use the same addressing and signing which is mentioned on the question. You should not be making grammatical mistakes or punctuation mistakes. You will lose points. And here are the keywords: D drive, delete, clean up, temp files, restart, system, speed, cookies, browser, procedure. Alright, so I hope this was helpful for today. Tomorrow I am really keen to see how many of you send the right responses, because I need to see how many of you are actually following this program and learning something. Based on that, I will give you more example, but tomorrow's session will be more intense. Now when I say tomorrow, it doesn't mean it's 15th of August. We are all going to celebrate Independence Day. So tomorrow we do not have a session, but day after what I'm talking about. So day after when we meet, I'm going to give you the basics of email writing skills, how the structure should look like, where you end up making mistakes. I will speak a bit on the common spelling mistakes that we end up doing and how to avoid it as well. Alright, so have a great day. I'll see you guys day after, and please, you have 2 days time. Please write as many times as possible. You can send your email like 5 or 6 times on the comment section, absolutely fine, as long as it's making you perfect. Alright, have a great day ahead. Thank you. Hello, welcome to today's session once again. So we are continuing with the TCS pattern. I'm going to explain the entire online assessment pattern first. This is for the benefit of those who did not attend the session for last 2 days, and then I will move on to one more sample of how to write an effective email. Alright, so let's begin. Here is your pattern which you can expect for the online assessment. You will have 4 sections. The first one being email writing skills, then you have quantitative aptitude, TCS program C language. You will have multiple choice questions there. Then you have a coding test which is going to be descriptive, where you need to write the entire code. Now let's look at the details. The number of questions for email is just 1. You just need to write 1 email. I will show you how the email question will look like. The time allotted is 10 minutes. You need to write the email within 10 minutes. Then you have quantitative aptitude. You will have 20 questions. The duration is 40 minutes, 2 minutes per question. And there are 2 questions which is star marked. I will tell you what do you mean by star marked very soon. Then you have the C program, multiple choice question. You have 10 questions there, 20 minutes, which means 2 minutes each. You do not have any star mark questions there. And coding test, you need to write a code based on the questions given, and the time allotted is 20 minutes. Now there is an important aspect which you need to remember, which is in terms of negative marking. So how much marks will you lose in case if you give a wrong answer? And that is 0.33% of the total mark allotted to that particular question. So there is a negative marking of 0.33% for every wrong response, and negative marking is applicable only for quantitative aptitude. There are 2 questions in quantitative aptitude which I showed you. These 2 star marked questions will carry double the mark. So basically, if the remaining 18 questions have 1 mark each, this one will carry 2 marks, whatever is star marked. Now the point that you need to remember is, if you can score double if it's a correct answer, you will also lose double in case if the answer is incorrect, which means instead of minus 0.33%, you will lose minus 0.66%. So please keep that in mind when you attempt these two questions. Now the topics that you can expect for quantitative aptitude, there's a varied topics there. These varied topics are probability, permutation and combination, time and distance, time and work, equations, ratios and proportions, allocations and mixtures, series and progression, average, percentage, profit and loss, problems on ages, area, shapes and perimeter, number system, HCF and LCM, and reasoning. So the entire 20 question for quantitative aptitude will be from these topics. Okay. Now for email writing, there are certain things which you need to remember you have to do, and there are certain things which you should not be doing. So let me take you through these. I've spoken about these earlier. I'm just re-emphasizing on this so that you do not make a mistake, because 80 to 90% of the students have done well in quantitative aptitude last time, but they failed in email. Alright, so here is the one. Read the topic carefully. Read and understand the keywords or key phrases mentioned. Use each and every keyword, phrases mentioned. If you miss even one keyword, you will be disqualified. Even if you miss one of the keyword, the email will be invalid. Ensure the keywords are used in the same form as mentioned in the topic. For example, if there is a keyword which is buy, you cannot use bought, a past tense. Keywords should be mentioned in the same sequence as mentioned in the topic. Start a new paragraph for change of thought group, and new paragraph should start as a fresh line. Now another set of do's which you need to remember without making any miss. The entire email should be left indent. I will show you again what do we mean by left indent. Do not leave a gap on the left when you start a new paragraph. Use the receiver's name and sender's name as mentioned in the topic. Always begin your email with greeting, always, which is hello. Do not use hi. Always end your email with salutation and summary, thanks and regards. Mention the sender's name if it's mentioned, or you can mention your name. Ensure the entire email is written within 10 minutes. Please remember, you need to click on the submit button within 10 minutes. If you exceed 10 minutes, the email will not be submitted and you will get disqualified. Which means, click on the submit button before the 10-minute time is up. Clicking on the submit button even at the 10-minute mark or later will not allow the email to be submitted. The word count of the email should be as per the instruction given in the question. Alright, so I've spoken about these aspects earlier. Now things that you need to remember in terms of what you should not be doing. This is a violation of the entire email process, so please go through this. Do not miss even a single keyword or phrase mentioned in the topic. Do not change the tense or verb form of the given topic or the keyword. Do not address the receiver as hi. Do not make any spelling mistakes, grammatical mistakes or punctuation mistakes. Do not exceed 10-minute time limit. Do not write the email below the number of words given in the instruction. So if you exceed the time or if you use less number of words, the keywords, you will get disqualified. So please keep that in mind. In the last session, I had given an assignment. I don't know how many of you have submitted in the comment section of the YouTube video, but here it is once again. I want you to write this email. This is still a part of your assignment. Okay, so I'm going to zoom this a little bit so that it's clearly visible to all of you. Please make a note of this. You need to write an email. I'm going to pause here so that you can make a note of this question. This question is going to be marked on red so that you can identify. Write an email to Bhavya Reddy giving her the details of procedure of deleting temp files from a desktop. follow the instruction below. Follow the rules. Now these are the instructions mentioned below which you need to follow, the rules. Use all the keywords given below. Minimum word should be 50, otherwise your email cannot be validated, you will get disqualified. Addressing and signing should be done as in the question. Now addressing is Bhavya Reddy, this is the receiver. It doesn't say from whom the mail is going, so you can write your name. Common grammatical rules, punctuation should be according to standard English. I did mention a bit of that. You can use your own phrase along with the phrases given. Now there are 10 keywords which you need to use in the email. Please make a note of this. Now what I'm going to do is read up all these keywords, then I'll help you write the email. D drive, delete, cleanup, temp files, restart system, speed, cookies, browser, procedure. Okay, so I'm going to make this easy. Okay, so now I have all these keywords in this format. It's easier to refer for me when I'm writing this email. I just want to have the repository of all the keywords. Okay, now I'm going to write the email. Now if you see, I made a mistake here. Let me zoom this a little bit more. Now what is the mistake here? The name should always start with capital letter. Okay, this should be fine. The name should always start with capital letters, so I need to remove the lowercase b and replace that with uppercase B. After that, usually people use a comma after the name. This is not needed. If you have it, it's fine. If you don't have it, it's absolutely fine. Earlier days, older days, we used to use a comma here. It's redundant, it's of no use. So I say hello Bhavya, now I can start writing the email. Okay, I am writing this email. Now lot of us write the email like this. You see this gap here, lot of people leave this gap. Now if you remember, I clearly mentioned the entire email should be left indent, means nothing can start on the right or in the middle, so it should start in the left, which means I need to get rid of this blank space. You see this blank space? I need to get rid of this. I can't use this blank space. Alright, so I'm writing this email to help you to improve the system speed. This is the introduction for the email. Every email should have an introduction, the main content and the summary. Now how do I differentiate between these three? I need to change paragraph. Okay, so here we go. Now these are the keywords I am going to use: D drive, delete, cleanup, temp files, restart, system speed, cookies, browser, procedure. So I wrote hello Bhavya, that's the name of the receiver, and then I say I'm writing this email to help you to improve the system speed. I will zoom it again. This is just for quick reference. Next paragraph. Please follow the steps mentioned below. Speed up your system performance. Okay. Now, this is the list of procedure or the steps I am going to give, so I can make it like a systematic point. Click on redrive, then select the unwanted files and temp files. Once you have I'm just making a quick change here. Click on D drive to clean up the unwanted files. Select the unwanted, select the once you have selected the files, click on delete. Now let's look at what am I missing here. Okay, once you have selected the files, click on delete, then restart the system. To increase the performance speed. The speed is usually low due to cookies which gets saved in browser history. Hope this procedure was helpful. Thanks and regards, Ron. Now, if you look at the entire email, this is left indent. Let me lower it a little more. So this is all left indent. Okay. Now, did I use all the keywords? Yes, I did. But did I use it in the same sequence? No, I did not. Plus, I made few mistakes as well. So I need to make sure there are no such mistakes. Okay. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to write a simple email without any topic to help you understand things that you need to keep in mind. Okay. Now when you have an email, let me use a different format. This is going to be better in terms of visibility. First and foremost, I need to have greeting. So I'll say hello. Whatever the person's name is. Hello, John. I hope this is visible. All right. Now, once I'm done greeting the person, I need to go to the next line. A lot of people leave this gap. This is wrong. Hope you're doing well. This gap is not needed. Please don't leave this gap. Okay? This gap is absolutely unnecessary and it's wrong. The entire email should be left indent. Hope you are doing well. I wanted to write, basically I'm writing an email to somebody by name John about the TCS drive. Please pay attention to what I am writing. I am making few mistakes on purpose. This is just to identify where the mistakes are. All right. Okay, now this is an email which I have written with few mistakes. Now let's look at what the mistakes are. First and foremost, the entire email is left indent, but the closing is on right. This is wrong. Okay, it cannot be right, it has to be all left indent. If you read further, TCS drive which is scheduled in first week of September. Now September is a name of a month. The S has to be capital. This is wrong. You will be happy to know that APSSDC. Now APSSDC is an acronym. What do we mean by acronym? A short form. Any kind of short form should be mentioned in capital letters. Okay? Has organized a training program. This training will be very helpful. Now VARY is pronounced as vary. For example, the results vary from the efforts, means they are different. But here I want to say very, which is VERY. Now what is happening is the system is not identifying this as a spelling mistake because vary is also a word. You need to be very careful about simple spellings. If you make mistakes in terms of spellings, you will get disqualified. Okay, so let's read this. The training will be very helpful for you. Please attend the program. Now look at this. The sentence ends with a full stop, but the next word starts with a lowercase. This is wrong. It has to start with the uppercase. Please attend the program through YouTube. Now YouTube is again a name. Y has to be capital here. Through YouTube or Mana TV. Now Mana TV, M should be capital, T and V should be capital because it's an acronym, it's a short form. TV stands for television. To learn about the test pattern. I hope you will join the training. Again, I is a new sentence. This whole thing is a new sentence, and I'm starting with a lowercase. This is wrong again, and this is also wrong. I cannot have anything as a right indent. So let's make corrections. And this regards should start with uppercase. The name should start with uppercase. S, let me make the correction, it's September. APSSDC, I need to make the correction. Has organized. Now if you see, if I zoom in, organized shows red underline because MS Office follows American English, and American English says organized should be ZED, but SED is also acceptable. The training will be very helpful. VERY. Please attend, P capital. Please attend the program through YouTube, Y capital, or Mana TV, M capital. T and V should be capital to learn about the test pattern. Next, I hope you will join the, now look at the spelling of training, it's TRAINING. Now this is perfect. Now let me remove this line, it's not getting accommodated in one screen. So now this is fine. Now if I have to write an email, I need to follow this same pattern. Clear? Now quick information that is essential for you in terms of spellings. You need to be very sure that you are not making spelling mistakes. There are certain words where you get confused. For example, then versus than. Okay, then we have advise, SE and CE. I'm going to list down few more so that you understand where you have the potential mistakes coming in. Confirm and confirm, both are pronounced the same way, but it's spelt differently because they have different meanings. Okay, so please be very careful there. Certain words where people make mistakes because they are confused. Niece versus niece. Now I will tell you which one is correct, which one is incorrect. If both are correct or both are incorrect, you will get to know that soon. One word where people make a lot of mistakes in terms of spelling is vacuum. What is the spelling of vacuum? It's V-A-C-U-M-M. No, it's V-A-C-U-U-M. That is how vacuum is spelled. It's not V-A-C-C-U-M. A lot of people make the mistake. They say V-A-C-C-U-M. This is wrong. It's V-A-C-U-U-M. Okay. Now let's go to these words. When I say then means about time. I or condition. For example, now I want to talk more about conditions first. Okay. Let me reduce this so that it's easy for you to understand. Now then means condition. Once I reach the college and meet my friend, only then I will attend the training. So I'm putting a condition there. What do we mean by than? Than is comparison. For example, John is taller than Mary. Now here I'm comparing. Samsung is a better phone than iPhone. So when I say than, I'm comparing it. It's more of a comparative display or expression. Then is more in terms of condition. Okay, so keep that in mind. Now what do we mean by advice CE and advice SE? Both are correct. Advice is nothing but a noun. For example, please give me an advice. Now when we have ADVISE, this advise is a verb. For example, please advise me. So the suggestion, the synonym is advice. So when I'm asking for it, it's like a noun, it's like an object. Please give me an advice. I want to give you an advice. So it's CE. And when it's a verb, when you can use the same word in the verb form, instead of C you need to use S, and it's pronounced as advise. So please advise me, I want to advise you. So please do not make a mistake there. Okay, you should be clear about the spellings. Now let's look at confirm versus conform. Both are pronounced the same way. Confirm is a verb form of confirmation. I want to send you a confirmation, or I want to confirm. Both mean the same. It's a verb form of confirmation. Now conform, CFORM, means complying to a rule, means following a rule. So let me show you an example here for confirm. Please confirm if you are interested in TCS Drive. Now confirm, FORM, means complying. If you are interested, please conform to the rules. Okay. Now NICE, NIECE and NEICE, this is an incorrect spelling. This word does not exist. People make a mistake there. Niece means daughter of your brother or your sister. Okay. Another word where people make a mistake is it W-E-I-R-D or W-I-E-R-D? It's sorry, I spelled the same way here. Okay, W-E-I-R-D, weird, or W. Okay, I wrote the same way again. My bad. Is it W-I-E-R-D or W-E-I-R-D? Which one is the correct spelling? If you are watching this program, please identify which one is the correct word. W-E-I-R-D or W-I-E-R-D? The correct answer is W-E-I-R-D. This is correct. So if you are spelling that in the other way around, that is incorrect. Okay. Likewise, a lot of words where people make tons of mistakes in terms of spelling. For example, tomorrow. It's T-O-M-O-R-R-O-W. Lot of people make a mistake there. It's T-O-M-M-M-R-O-W. This is wrong. Occasion. O-C-A-S-S-I-O-N. No. It's O-C-C-A-S-I-O-N. This is the correct spelling. Likewise, you will get lot of words which you will end up using in your entire email writing. If you make these spelling mistakes, you will be in deep trouble. In tomorrow's session, what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring you a list of words where you need to identify what is the correct spelling. Because if you go wrong with spelling, if there are more than 2 or 3 errors in terms of spelling or punctuation or grammar, you will get disqualified. Every email will have minimum number of words. You may have exceeded the minimum number, which is good. You may have written the email within 10 minutes, which is good. You submitted the email. But in case if it has a lot of spelling errors, grammatical errors, punctuation errors, again, you will get disqualified. So you got to be very, very clear. You cannot make these mistakes. Tomorrow's session will be dedicated only for correcting spellings, making sure the sentence formation is correct, there are no grammatical errors, and the punctuation, which is very, very important. So these 3 aspects we will cover tomorrow, and we'll also look at one sample email which came in the earlier papers. Okay, whatever question you have, please post on the comment section of the YouTube video. It's very important that I know what you have written, what you're understanding. Based on that, I can provide you with the feedback. And as far as the other trainings are concerned, the technical training for TCS, aptitude training for TCS, tomorrow I will inform you the details as well as the placement drive, the date, time, venue, all these aspects shall be notified to you tomorrow. Okay, you have a great day ahead. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Thank you. Good afternoon, welcome to the 4th session for TCS pattern. In this session I'm going to take you through some of the sample emails that has come in the earlier papers, and I will also help you understand how to write this email. Now before we go ahead looking at certain samples and the easy way to write these emails, I want to take you through the entire TCS pattern once again. I had been reiterating on this so that you do not make any mistake, you do not misunderstand how the pattern will look like. So there are 4 sections in the written assessment. Now the written assessment will be online. These 4 sections are email writing, quantitative aptitude, TCS language, multiple choice questions, and the coding test. You will have one email which you need to write within 10 minutes. That's the duration. Quantitative aptitude, you will have 20 questions that needs to be answered within 40 minutes. There are 2 questions in quantitative aptitude which is marked as star. I will explain to you what that means. You will have multiple choice question on C language. 10 such questions that needs to be answered in 20 minutes. And then you have one question where you need to write a code for a program. The question will be given there. You need to make sure you do not commit any mistakes there, and the time allowed is 20 minutes. There is an aspect of negative marking. Now this negative marking is applicable only for quantitative aptitude. You will lose 0.33% of the mark assigned for the particular question if you go wrong. So every question which you answer incorrectly, you will lose 0.33%. And like I said, it's applicable only for quantitative aptitude. And another aspect which you need to keep in mind is there are 2 questions which is marked star, the star marked questions. Like I said, quantitative aptitude, you will have 2 questions that's marked starred. What happens is if you answer these 2 questions accurately, you will score double the points. But you also need to remember, if you answer it incorrectly, you will lose double the points as well, which means if you answer it correctly, you will score 1 point. Instead of 1, you will score 2. But if you answer it incorrectly, instead of losing -33, it will be -0.66. So please bear that in mind before you go ahead and attempt these questions. The topic that will be covered for these 20 questions for quantitative aptitude are spread across various topics. For quantitative ability, probability, permutation and combinations, time and distance, time and work, equations, ratios and proportions, allocations or mixtures, series and progression, average, percentage profit and loss, problems on ages, area, shapes and perimeter, number system, HCF and LCM, and reasoning. Alright. Now in terms of email, you need to make sure you follow certain basic rules. You cannot go wrong in these areas. Read the topic carefully. Read and understand the keywords or key phrases mentioned. Use each and every keyword and phrases mentioned. If you miss even one keyword, you will get disqualified. Ensure keywords are used in the same form as mentioned in the topic. Keywords should be mentioned in the sequence as mentioned in the topic. Start a new paragraph for change of thought group. New paragraph should start with a fresh line. Email, the entire email should be left indent, which means do not leave a gap on the left when you start a new paragraph. Use the receiver's name and the sender's name as mentioned in the topic, and it should always start with hello instead of hi. Never use hi, always use hello. It should always end with a summary salutation, thanks and regards. Ensure the entire email is written within 10 minutes. Even if you click the submit button at the 10-minute mark, you may get disqualified. So please do so before the 10-minute time is up. The word count of the email will be mentioned in the topic. If you use number of words below the total word count mentioned, you will get disqualified again. Now, things that you need to keep in mind, which you should keep in mind in terms of not doing these aspects, the don'ts. Do not miss even a single keyword or phrase mentioned in the topic. Do not change the tense or the verb form of the given keyword. Do not address the receiver as hi. Do not make any spelling mistakes, grammatical mistakes, or punctuation mistakes. Do not exceed the 10-minute time. Do not write the email below the number of words mentioned in the instruction. So I'm going to show you a sample here. I'm going to pause so that you can make a note of this. I'm going to read this first, then I'm going to pause so that you can write the email. If you're watching it on YouTube, if you're watching it on the live television, if you're watching it in a classroom, please, please, please practice. Unless you practice, you cannot master the email. So this entire session is getting organized so that you master this ability to write the email, because 90% of the students failed in email, but they did very well in quantitative aptitude. So please do not take this easy. All right. Let's go. Let's read this and then you are expected to write the email. As a niece, write an email to your aunt, Mrs. Polly, informing her that you will be picking her up from the railway station when she arrives in town for her short vacation. Sign the email as Nancy. I'm going to repeat this. As a niece, write an email to your aunt. The receiver is the aunt. The name of the receiver is Mrs. Polly. What you need to write is you need to inform her that you will be picking her up from the railway station when she arrives in town for her short vacation. Sign the email as Nancy. So the sender's name is Nancy. The receiver's name is Mrs. Polly. This person is visiting you. You need to write an email that you will receive that person in the station, railway station. The outline or the keywords for this email is happy, receive, crowded, platform, arrives at, afternoon, unattended, luggage, in front of, wait, early, look forward. The instructions: it is compulsory to use all the specific words mentioned in the outline in your email. You can add other sentences of your choice as appropriate. The name of the sender and receiver should be as given. The email must contain a minimum of 50 words or it will not be evaluated at all. If the outline is not strictly followed, including the specific words used or correct English, including spelling and grammar, it is not used, the grade in this section will be poor, which means you cannot make spelling mistakes, grammatical mistakes, punctuation mistakes. You cannot change the form of the keyword, but you can add a sentence for the keyword, of course, and there should be minimum of 50 words. The receiver and the sender's name cannot change. The receiver of the email is Mrs. Polly. The sender of the email is Nancy. I'm going to show this here. Please take a couple of minutes to understand this topic and write this email. Your time starts now. If you have a notebook and pen, please do write and practice. Otherwise, you cannot understand how to work on this. I'm going to give you a couple of minutes. Then I will start writing this email myself. And if you have any questions meanwhile, you can post on the comment section of the YouTube video wherever you're watching. So this is the YouTube channel here. Somebody is asking the first 5 SEM topics and lessons in BSc. I do not understand what the question is, sir. This particular training is for TCS recruitment drive that's going to happen in few places in AP. So this training is extremely specific to the TCS drive. If you ask me a question which is not relevant, I would not be able to answer. Point number 1. Point number 2, please use remarkable amount of respect when you speak to someone. Bro is a very casual way of talking. Please do not use that word. Thank you so much. So if you have any questions for TCS pattern and for the TCS assessment, please ask, feel free to ask. Thank you. Here is the question again for the email for TCS recruitment. Okay, so I'm going to copy these keywords and I'm going to start writing the email now. I hope this is visible to everybody. All right, let's start. So I start with the greeting. So I start with an introduction for the email. So if you observe, I did not use a comma after the name. It's not required. A lot of people have the habit of leaving a gap here. Please do not do that mistake. Your entire email should be left indent. Okay. I'm very happy to know that you are visiting us for your vacation. So I've already used the first keyword which is mentioned here, happy. Okay. Since you are coming by train, I would come to the railway station to receive you. That is number 2. Whatever I am marking as yellow background means that's a keyword. So the first keyword is used, the second keyword is also used. I'm going to reduce the zoom so that it's clearly visible. Since you're coming by train, I would come to the railway station to receive you. Receive is a keyword. The station could be crowded. I use a third one, especially the platform area. Again, I use a fourth one. The train arrives at the train arrives at 1 p.m. So I've used afternoon as well. I have used arrives at as well. Okay, arrives at afternoon. Please do not leave any unattended luggage when you arrive. So I have these two keywords. I shall wait for you in front of the bookstall in case I reach early. Okay, or I can change this. Please wait for me in front of the bookstall in case you reach early. Okay, I look forward regards Nancy. Now this is very important. The sender's name is Nancy, the receiver's name is Polly. That is what the question said. Now let's look at the keywords. Please wait for me in front of the bookstall in case you reach early. So early is also used. I look forward to spend time with you. Now if I just select the email without the greeting and the salutation, the number of words that I have used is 78. Now the instruction says the number of words should be 50 and I have used 78, which is good. If I use 49 words, I will get disqualified. Okay. Now did I use all the keywords? How many do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And I have used all of them here. And wherever I have used the keyword, I have marked it yellow background. Mistakes that people do usually is in terms of punctuation. For example, I have used a comma here. There should not be a space before comma. The space should be after comma. After comma, the word should start with lowercase, except if it's a noun or first person. Since I is first person, I am using capital letter. Okay. Every sentence should end with a full stop. After full stop, the sentence should start with a capital letter. That's a rule. I have changed the paragraph for change in thought group. And whenever I change paragraph, I change the line as well. I start as a fresh line. So my first paragraph is the introduction. I'm saying I'm very happy that you're coming for vacation. Then I wrote the entire content, the body. Then I summarized. So an email should have introduction, the main body, the crux of it, and the summary as well. Okay. Since you have written down the question already, I would want you to make a note of this email so that you can refer to it whenever you are confused how to write an effective or accurate email. I'm going to pause here so that you can make a note of this. Meanwhile, if you have a question, feel free to post it on the YouTube video. I will take a look at it and provide the answer. But make sure your question is specific to the TCS drive. Thank you. I'm going to pause so that you can make a note of this. I'm going to quickly check if we have any more relevant questions. All right, let's go. Let's quickly look at another sample. All right, this is the second one. I'm going to read this and then I would expect you to write it. Let's start. As a student representative of your department, write an email to your batchmates suggesting a party for Head of Department Professor Sunil who is retiring next month. Sign the email as Sam. I repeat, as a student representative of your department, write an email to your batchmates suggesting a party for Head of Department Professor Sunil, who is retiring next month. Sign the email as Sam. The keywords: inform, retire, plan, surprise, party, host, family, exceptional teacher, guide, mentor, groom, students, helpful, together, memorable. Inform, retire, plan, surprise, party, host, family, exceptional teacher, guide, mentor, groom, students, helpful, together, memorable. Now here are the rules. It's mandatory to use all the keywords mentioned in the outline in your email. You can add other sentences of your choice. The name of the sender and receiver should be as given. So what is the name of the receiver? The name of the receiver is not Professor Sunil. Please don't make this mistake. This is basic, plain, simple English. You are writing an email to your batchmates, not to Professor Sunil. You can't tell the professor, I'm giving a surprise party, then it's not a surprise anymore. And the sender of the email is Sam. The name of the sender and receiver should be as given. The email must contain a minimum of 50 words or it will not be evaluated. If the outline is not strictly followed or correct English is not used, the grade in this section will be poor. Okay, here is your sample again. Please write an email. You have 2 to 3 minutes to do so. I'm going to pause so that you can make a note of this and you can write. Please make sure you understand the topic before you write, and I explained the entire structure. Please keep that in mind. Do not make spelling mistakes or punctuation or grammatical mistakes. You will lose points or get disqualified as well. Alright, let's start. Let me copy this. Alright, this is the list of keywords. Now I'm going to write this email. Now, since I am writing the email to friends, I can use hello. And F should be capital. We need to quickly check the name. Yes. Alright, so let me zoom it out a little more. I hope this is visible. So these are the keywords: inform, retire plan, surprise party, host, family, exceptional teacher, guide, mentor, groom, students, helpful, together, memorable. So here's the email. Dear friends, as you know, our favorite professor is going to retire next month. I'm writing this email to inform you about the plan for a surprise party. So I've already used some of the keywords. Inform, he is going to retire, plan for a surprise party. Okay, so I have already used 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We should host this party for a Professor Sunil as well as his family. He was an exceptional teacher as well as, now exceptional teacher is also a keyword, as well as a guide and mentor. So I have guide here, mentor here. For many of us who helped us groom ourselves, so we have groom. The students always found him very helpful. So I use the students here because that's a keyword, and helpful. Hence, let's come together and make this event memorable for us. Now, memorable is also a keyword. Now, if I just select without the start and end, if I just select the introduction, the content and the summary, it comes to 80 words. And the rule says it should be 50 words. Okay, so if you look at this, there is no gap on the left, which a lot of people make mistakes on. There are no punctuation mistakes or grammatical mistakes. The entire email is left indent. Okay, so this is how the email should look like, and you will have 10 minutes to write it. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to read out sample number 3 and 4, and sample number 3 and 4 will be your assignment for the weekend. You have the entire Sunday. Please write the answer and post it on the YouTube channel itself on the comment section. Okay, here is the third one. I'm going to read it very slow. As a friend, write an email to Mrs. Lisa Frank congratulating for her paper getting published in prestigious international journal. Journal means a magazine. Sign the email as Alex. Congratulations, wonderful, paper, proud, accomplishment, confident, friend, informative, articulated, well researched, hard work, effort, wish, more, success. I'm going to pause here so that you can make a note of this. As a friend, write an email to Mrs. Lisa Frank, congratulating for her paper getting published in prestigious international journal. Sign the email as Alex. Congratulations, wonderful, paper, proud, accomplishment, confident, friend, informative, articulated, well researched, hard work, effort, wish, more, success. Again, the same rule applies. It should be minimum of 50 words. Sender and receiver's name cannot change, neither can the keyword change. Alright, here's the fourth one. You need to write 2 assignments. If you do not submit the assignment on the YouTube channel, of course it means that you're really not interested, right? So please take the effort of sending the assignment. Here is number 4 for you. As a tourist who has taken a package tour, write an email to the travel agent, Mr. Kumar, highlighting that the hotel is far from what was promised. Sign the email as Ahmed. Package tour, the keywords, the package tour, promise, 3-star, unclean, shocked, unprofessional, customer service, disappointed, shift, expectation, facilities, and help. Alright, so sample 1 and 2 I showed you how to write. Sample 3 and 4 you need to write the email and post it on the YouTube channel. So right now this is on live mode. Once the session is done, you can post the comment here. Okay, so in the comment section either you can post your questions sorry, or you can post the response for the email as well. Please maintain the right indent. Punctuation, grammatical mistakes, punctuation mistakes, spelling mistakes should be avoided. I want to see how well you did there. Alright, thank you for watching this program. I'll see you again. Bye bye. Good afternoon and welcome to today's session on email writing skills. This is specific to the TCS pattern that we had been speaking about since last 1 week. I want to take you through the entire pattern of the TCS selection process. Once I explain you the entire pattern, then I will take you through sample emails. Please remember, email is the area where a lot of people have failed in the past. Close to 90% of students who have done well in quantitative aptitude could not score well in email writing, because of which they did not even go to the interview round. Hence, APSSDC is providing you these online sessions live through YouTube as well as Mana TV to help you understand how to write an effective email specific to TCS pattern. So let's begin. I want to talk about the various categories that will come across for the written assessment. The first one being email writing. You will have to write 1 email and the time permitted is 10 minutes. You will have 20 questions in quantitative aptitude. The time permitted is 40 minutes, which means 2 minutes per question, and there are 2 questions which is marked star. I will explain what that means. Then you will have multiple choice question on C programming language. You will have 10 questions. Time permitted is 20 minutes, again 2 minutes per question. And there will be 1 descriptive question which is coding test. Just 1 program will be asked to be written. Time permitted is 20 minutes. There is an aspect of negative marking, and this negative marking is applicable only for 1 section, which is quantitative aptitude. So for every wrong answer you will lose 0.33% of the marks allocated for that particular question. And please remember, like I said, quantitative aptitude, you will have 2 questions which is marked as star. What happens in these 2 questions is, if you score it accurately correct, you will score 2 times the marks. For example, if the mark allocated is 1, you will end up scoring 2. At the same time, the negative marking will also double, which means if you answer it incorrectly, instead of losing 0.33, you will lose 0.66. So Please keep in mind you do not go wrong on the star mark questions, because you can score double the points, but you can also lose double the points. As far as the topics concerned for quantitative aptitude, these are the topics: probability, permutations and combinations, time and distance, time and work, equations, ratio and proportions, allocations or mixture, series and progression, average, percentage, profit and loss, problems on ages, area, shapes and perimeter, number system, HCF and LCM, and reasoning. Now, as far as email is concerned, like I said, only one email has to be written and the time permitted is 10 minutes. There are certain rules and guidelines you need to follow without a miss. Here are the list of that. Read the topic carefully. Read and understand the keywords of the key phrases mentioned. Use each and every keyword phrases mentioned. So what happens is, your email will be in this particular format. There will be a question, for example, as a friend, write an email to Mrs. Lisa Frank congratulating her for paper getting published and in prestigious international journal. Sign the email as Alex. So some of the email will tell you who is the receiver. In this case, the receiver is Mrs. Lisa Frank. It will also tell you who is the sender. In this case, the sender is Alex. After this email question, you will have a list of keywords mentioned which has to be used in the same sequence. The number of keywords could vary between 8 to 12. The keywords in this particular sample questions are congratulations, wonderful, paper, proud, accomplishment, confident, friend, informative, articulated, well researched, hard work, effort, wish, more, success. The rule says that this entire email should be written within 10 minutes and all these keywords has to be used. Even if you miss one keyword in this list, you will get disqualified. If you change the form of the keyword, for example, the first one is congratulations. Instead of using congratulations, if you use congratulated, if you use congratulating, you will get disqualified, because the system will not find the keyword and it will deem the entire email as invalid. So you got to be very clear. At the same time, you cannot go wrong with the receiver and the sender's name. Okay. Now, let me read out the rules again. Read the topic carefully. Read and understand the keywords or key phrases mentioned. Use each and every keyword phrases mentioned. Even if you miss one of the keyword or phrases, the email will be invalid. Ensure keywords are used in the same form as mentioned in the topic. For example, buy cannot be used as bought. You cannot change the tense or the verb form. Keywords should be mentioned in the sequence as mentioned in the topic. Start a new paragraph for change of thought group, and new paragraph should start as a fresh line. Another set of email do's which you need to follow. You cannot miss on these. The entire email should be left indent. Don't leave a gap on left when you start a new paragraph. Use the receiver's name and sender's name as mentioned in the topic. Always begin your email with a greeting which is hello. Do not use hi. Always end your email with thanks and regards or just regards, and mention the sender's name which is mentioned in the topic. Ensure the entire email is written within 10 minutes. This is very important. The time allocated for email writing is 10 minutes. You have to click on the submit button within the 10-minute mark. Even if you submit the email at exactly at 10 minutes, you may get disqualified. So finish the email as soon as possible so that you can review. 9:59 also, if you click on the submit, you are absolutely fine. Don't take a risk and submit at the 10th minute. The entire email will not take more than 5 to 6 minutes. Remaining time you can keep checking if you have used all the keywords. You need to check if you have made any spelling mistake or grammatical mistakes or punctuation mistake so that you can correct it and then click on submit. Please remember, I'm reiterating this particular point. If you do not click on the submit button within 10 minutes, the email will not get submitted. It's not an auto submission which will work there. And in written assessment, you need to clear all the 4 categories. Only then you will go to the interview round. So please be very careful on that front. Okay. So click on the submit button before the 10-minute time is up. Clicking on the button even at the 10-minute mark or later will not allow the email to be submitted. Word count of the email should be as per the instruction given in the question. If the question says the email should be minimum of 50 words, if you write 49 words, you will get disqualified. So whatever is the minimum word count, you need to exceed that word count. Now here's the list of rules that you need to make sure you do not break. So these are the don'ts. Do not miss even a single keyword or phrase mentioned in the topic. Do not change the tense or the verb form of the given keyword. Do not address the receiver as hi. Do not make any spelling mistakes, grammatical mistakes or punctuation mistakes. Do not exceed 10-minute time limit. Do not write the mail below the number of words given in the instruction. Okay, so now let me show you this particular sample again. We finished 2 samples last week. So this week we're going to talk about 2 more or 3 more samples. As a friend, write an email to Mrs. Lisa Frank, which means Mrs. Lisa Frank is the receiver. Congratulating her, let me make the correction, for her paper getting published in a prestigious international journal. Sign the email as Alex. Basically, Mrs. Lisa Frank has published a paper in an international magazine. Journal means a magazine. You are Alex. You are writing an email to Lisa Frank to congratulate this achievement. Achievement synonym is accomplishment. You have this keyword here. So you need to work on your vocabulary as well. You need to understand all these words. The instructions will be given something like this. It is compulsory to use all the specific words mentioned in the outline in your email. So these are the specific outlines. You can add other sentences of your choice as appropriate. The name of the sender and receiver should be as given. So you cannot change the name, neither you can make any spelling mistakes there. The email must contain minimum of 50 words or it will not be evaluated at all. So the word count is minimum 50 words. If the outline is not strictly followed, including the specific words used, or correct English, including spelling and grammar is not used, the grade in this section will be poor. Which means even if you have written the correct email, even if you have used more than 50 words, even if you have submitted within 10 minutes, but if you make grammatical errors and punctuation errors, you will lose points, which means there will be negative marking those areas. So what we're going to do is we're going to write this particular email now. I'm going to open a new document so that it's easy for you to follow. Let's start. It says, as a friend, the receiver, you're writing an email to the receiver, Mrs. Lisa Frank. So let me start. Hello, Mrs. Frank. Now pay attention to the punctuation here. When I use any title, let me bold it. A title, for example, Doctor, Professor, Mr., Mrs., Miss. If I use any title, it should followed by a full stop. And wherever I use a full stop, there should be a space after that. Now, the receiver's name is Lisa Frank. The rule says, if I am using a title, I will use the last name. If I don't use this title, I can use the first name. So I can either say hello Lisa, or I need to say hello Mrs. Frank. If I use an Indian name, if the name is say Ravi Kumar, so I can say hello Mr. Ravi, or sorry, hello Ravi or hello Mr. Kumar. And please pay attention, the name should always start with capital letter. That's a punctuation. You cannot use the title with starting with a lowercase, and after full stop there is a space. Okay, so in this case I will use hello Mrs. Frank. Now what is the email I am supposed to write? As a friend, write an email to Mrs. Lisa Frank congratulating her for her paper getting published in a prestigious international journal. Sign the email as Alex. Now I am going to copy these keywords and keep it here so that I can identify if I've used it or not. So let me start the email. I just got to know about your paper. I'm going to the next line. Congratulations for this wonderful news. Or let me make it simpler for you. Hello Mrs. Frank. Now if I say I would like to congratulate, it's wrong. I need to use the word congratulations. Congratulations for your, okay, let me make the change again. I need to use it in the same sequence, right? Okay. I am very proud to know about your accomplishment means achievement. I was very confident about this. And very happy to be your friend. Next line. The paper is very informative and well articulated. Well articulated means usage of the right words, the right vocabulary and all that. Okay. And also shows your hard work and effort. I wish you more, I need to use more success. Okay. Regards, Alex, because that's the sender's name I need to use. So let me zoom this out a little bit. I hope this is visible to all of you. So let's quickly check if we have used all the keywords. Okay, so first one is congratulations, the second one is wonderful, third one is paper, fourth one is proud, fifth one is accomplishment, sixth one is confident, seventh friend, 8 informative, 9 articulated, 10 well researched, next hard work, then effort, wish more success. So I wish you more success. So let's read this to understand what I have written. Hello Mrs. Frank, congratulations for the wonderful news about your paper. I am very proud to know about your accomplishment. I was very confident about this and very happy to be your friend. The paper is very informative and well articulated. It shows how well researched the paper was and also shows your hard work and effort. I wish you more success in future. Now the rule says it should be minimum of 50 words. So I am not going to include the greeting, except that the word count is 61 and the rule is 50. I have used 61 words, which means my email is qualified. Okay, I have used all the keywords. I have also used it in the same form which is given in the question. Another thing which you need to notice, the entire email is left indent. Let me explain what do we mean by left indent. So if I take this I just want to quickly show you to make you understand why this is extremely important. Okay, so let me extend this line a little bit. Alright, here we go. So if you look at this mail, I've just added a left or on the left side I've just added this particular straight line. Do you see it? Okay. Okay, now this should be clear. If you see this mail, the entire email is left indent. The mistakes that people usually do while writing an email, when they start the email, they leave a gap for the first word of a new paragraph. Now this is how we were taught in our school, right? But this is incorrect. Let me remove this color, it's confusing us. When we learnt writing an email or writing a letter in school, this is how it was taught to us, but this is wrong. It's no longer valid. The world has changed. There need not be a gap here. So I remove this gap. The entire email should be left indent. Another thing you need to notice, when I start the email, lot of people use a comma. That comma is not needed. It's of no use. It's redundancy. So please remove that. The closing, lot of people make mistake and they make it right indent. So if I have to zoom out, so see, regards Alex, this is mentioned in right. This is also wrong. My entire email should be left indent. Okay, so I hope this is very clear to all of you. This is how the mail has to look like. The entire email should be left indent and it should meet the number of words which is a criteria. Now let me zoom in a little bit and let me take you through certain aspects of punctuation and grammar. Okay, now if you see line number 2, I have ended this sentence with a full stop. After full stop, whatever word I use, it should start with a capital letter. This was taught to us when we were in 5th standard. Basic rule of writing. After full stop, it should start with a capital letter. If you use a comma in a sentence, for example, let me show you one example here. So this example is to show the rules of grammar. I used a comma, spelling and punctuation. Okay. Now pay attention here. This example is to show the rules of grammar. There is no space. After R, immediately there is comma and then there is a space. The space should be after the comma, not before the comma. Please don't make the mistake. I have seen so many people making this very, very basic mistake of usage of space before comma. It should always be after the comma. Alright? And if you use a comma, the next word should start with a lowercase unless it's a noun. Alright? So what I'm going to do, I'm going to show you this email again so that you can make a note of this. You look at the entire pattern, look at the usage of the language, the words. Please make a note of it. I'm going to show you the question first. Please make a note of this question and the keywords. Then I will switch to the email which I have written. So I'm going to pause here so that you can make a note of this. Alright, I hope you have written it down. Now here is the answer. Alright, let's move to the next email. This email I want you to write on your own. This is a 4th sample. We have done 3 so far. As a tourist who has taken a package tour, write an email to the travel agent, Mr. Kumar, highlighting that the hotel is far from what was promised. Far from what was promised means the quality of the room, the quality of the package is much lower than what was promised or what you paid for. That is what it means. Sign the email as Ahmed, which means the receiver is Mr. Kumar and the sender is Ahmed. The keywords for this email: package tour, promise, 3-star, unclean, shocked, unprofessional, customer service, disappointed, shift, expectation, facilities, help. The rule remains the same. You cannot make punctuation mistake, grammar mistake. The indent should be left. You have to use all the keywords without changing the form, and the minimum word count should be 50. Okay? I'm giving you a couple of minutes so that you understand and get started. Please write this email. I just showed you what is the way of writing the email. So please go through this. If you're watching this program on YouTube, you can post your answer on the comment section as well, the live chat. Again, key information: The receiver is Mr. Kumar, who's the travel agent. The sender is Ahmed, who has taken a travel package, a package tour. But what he got in terms of his experience, the hotel, is of low quality. Now you're writing an email expressing your displeasure, your dissatisfaction, and you want Mr. Kumar to take action. That is what the email is about. Okay, let's begin. I'm going to use all right, let's start. Hello, Mr. Kumar. K should be capital. Okay. So I just added extra word, which is absolutely fine as long as I'm using the keyword. Okay, so I'm done writing this email. Let me zoom out so that it's visible to you. This is the entire email. Now let me count words. The word count is 76 and the limit is the minimum word count should be 50, but I have used 76 words, which is absolutely fine. Now let's quickly check if we have used all the keywords or not. First one is package tour, promise, 3-star, unclean, shocked, unprofessional customer service, disappointed, shift, expectation, facilities. So I made it facility, it should be facilities. Help. Okay, so see how when I was reviewing I figured that I made a mistake, so I quickly corrected it. Now let's read this out. Hello Mr. Kumar, I am writing to you about the package tour of South India visit. The promise in the package was of 3-star hotel, but the accommodation is very unclean. I am shocked to see such unprofessional customer service from your team. I am very disappointed with your service. Please take action and shift us to a better hotel immediately as per the expectation of the basic facilities. I hope you will help us. I made a mistake here. I hope you will help us in this regard. And thanks, Ahmed. Now even after thanks and regards, the comma is not needed. In the beginning also the comma is not needed. Those are